Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live. This is Kyle Miller in booth, joined by none other than Chris U. How's it going tonight, Chris?
Doing fantastic. Thanks for having me on this wonderful Memorial Day, Kyle. How you doing?
Doing great. I'm looking forward to this action as always here. Really fun Memorial Day lineup. In the one seat, we've got Ethan, the young gun. Just a walking computer. This guy knows so much about poker.
Just always happy to have him here. Kelly, a local to the area.
And Mike, back on stream. I believe his last time that he's played on stream, it was heads up in a monster stack, and he shipped the whole thing. So good to have him back on the cash stream.
And the other monster stack next to him will hopefully be HV by the time the night is over. We are playing 1-3-6 match the stack. Emphasis on match the stack when HV is involved. Sure to play some big pots and give action to all the players at the table tonight.
And new to the room, new to the stream here, it's DZ. All the way in from New York, another young gun and friends of Slick Rick. So see if he can punt it off like
Noah. Noah is also a walking, talking computer with the best shirt in the house, repping Bucky's. He's a great cash game player, friend of the stream, friend of the program. Welcome back, Noah.
Yeah, no shortage of crushers here. Mo seated next to Noah there. Good position to be in, I'd gotta say. And he's always got some like fun card protectors, ship protectors, extra things at the table there. So welcome back to Mo.
And Tisch Money bringing back the classic pink SpongeBob hoodie. Stream regular and fan favorite, pointing at the camera saying hi to all the fans out there. He plays on a bunch of live streams, but ours most exclusively. We love to have Tisch Money as a part of our stream. Welcome back, Tisch.
And a look at the chip counts here. Everybody buying in for 1,000, but as you mentioned, so 136. I'm sure plenty additional straddles are going to be put on, and obviously plenty more chips.
Just whatever I do, don't do that. That's
okay.
Good.
There you see the 12 already in effect.
Look us.
Thanks, HV.
If you're familiar with our content on YouTube, I've been waiting for it for, well, actually, you know what? I'll wait. There's a big hand on the first hand of the stream. On YouTube, I've been waiting for it for, well, actually, you know what? I'll wait. There's a big hand on the first hand of the stream.
He's came first to act already.
Procrastinating.
Noah is suited and is open. Now folds into the blinds. Kelly, king, queen off. Is going to defend from the small. Heads up, just over 90 in the middle.
Yeah, I'll have to toss the bets. These are the worst sides, Kelly.
We did see a lot of Broadway cards pre-flop, so understandable to see a bunch of baby cards on the flop. Also brings 2 diamonds for Noah's nut flush draw here.
Dream situation here for Noah. Nut flush, going to continue going for value, and he's probably going to... And the best hand gets better for Noah. We've improved to the nut flush, going to continue going for value, and he's probably going to get it as long as he doesn't blast all of it.
Call.
Well, snap bet, snap call,
Good luck. He
and
isn't doing a very good job so far.
nut flush for Noah. He's going to take down the first pot. $1,200 pot to start off the stream. Not bad at all, especially considering we haven't even started adding on or matching the stack. So good start for one of our young guns in the crusher's row that we have on the back side of the table.
Yeah, Nick game already in effect as well. If you're unfamiliar with the Nick game, that's why every player except for Noah has a yellow dot next to their names, the graphics.
Okay,
and those red circles in front of each player, the knit buttons. You have to win a hand in order to remove the knit button. You have to remember to also show it down. Get rid of the knit button, or else you pay the knit tax. And typically they've been playing it as a progressive knit tax.
Like massive right here.
Each round it goes up probably by 25 given the stakes here. So an open to 30 from Tish's 10s here.
The penalty is 150.
And ace-8 defends as well from the straddle. So 5 players to the flop. Comes Jack-High Rainbow.
Pretty safe board for the 10s. It is not extremely dynamic, connected on the low end. So Tisch Money really not having to worry about that much unless HV or DZ have a hand that would connect with this low board, Jack-High, but pretty easy spot for Tisch. I think the only person who can call with the backdoors would be DZ. Deuce of Hearts on the turn will lock this hand up though for Tisch Money. The backdoors not coming in this hand. Pretty nice to have 10s locked up on the turn when it's only second pair. One of a couple of 30K pots that you'll hopefully see on our YouTube Shorts feed in the next month or so here, we hope.
The multi-way ace-5 squeeze into kings and aces.
Rick, Ty, and Ethan playing that massive 3-way 31K pot. And spoiler alert, ideally you'll see a YouTube short of another $30,000 pot that happened to be played last week on stream. That one was really fun too.
Yeah, no shortage of big pots here. Shortage of big pots here. And actually,
stories from the weekend?
Noah and Ethan were both on the 1-3 floor game before the stream started, and we were talking about that exact hand and about some other hands as well. So really interesting to talk through hand histories with the players here.
My fun stories will happen.
Hand histories with the players here.
My fun stories will happen this weekend when I yank.
This one too.
I'll probably give it to all the 5, 10, 20 people.
Oh, okay.
You know, I'll pay off my house first. Be responsible.
Oh my goodness. 8-4 gets there. Almost the famous Dan Fouts 7-4 hand.
Driving home last night.
Somehow has it pipped, and Mike really shouldn't have anything to worry about from this position. Mo obviously flat calling from that under the gun double straddle. Perhaps a bit wide, but it's going to feel great in this exact instance. Flopping 2 pair here.
The pole, the transformer pole, and was like pulling away and like sped off.
Good card for Mo as well. Maybe not Mike's favorite, given that Mo could have a hand like King Jack, perhaps, but really Mike shouldn't have, again, all that much to worry about. No serious draws available. 2 pair combos on this board, all very unlikely, except for a hand like Jack 8, or maybe a set of 4s, so about to be a rainy day in Acesville, I think.
Yeah, alarm bells have definitely gone off for Mike, but interesting to see.
Obviously, Mike's not going to know it, but one of the best cards in the deck for him would be another Jack. Jack or King would give him the best hand. Obviously, an ace will do the trick as well. Still about 20% equity for the aces going to the river. But clean run out for Mo's 8-4. Mike really should never have anything like Queen 10 here. Best hands Mike could ever get to this spot with would be Jacks or Kings. Or maybe the odd King Jack.
Yeah, it was just a standard open from the button. Single raise pot. So some King Jacks completely fine. It's just hard to avoid this spot given so early. Initial buy-ins and third hand in. Yeah.
Is, you know, is Mo turning hands into a bluff on the flop that quickly? I'm not sure. He would have had to turn a hand like maybe 9-10 suited into a bluff on the flop and triple barrel with it, which, you know, not the most likely thing, but we do see some quick blood drawn at this table. Two nice pots, one by Mo, the other by Noah. Kelly and Mike, the recipient of the wrong end of those two pots. Still early action in this game though. Nice to see some big-ish pots being played that will allow players like HV, Tisch Money, and Noah to add on more quickly.
Yeah, and Tisch, I don't know if you saw that earlier, but he had already added on once he saw somebody else take a pot, so. Won't be too long before we see some oversized yellow birds or octagon chips hit the felt. Purples are 500, yellows are 1,000. Those will be coming on eventually. And then obviously the hundreds are the black chips there, the greens are 25 and red 5s.
Double straddles on 12 to go.
Tough runouts there for Mike and Kelly the first two hands. Hopefully it turns around for them fairly soon.
In Europe?
New York.
Oh, New York.
New York. Don't worry, not
Yeah,
Europe.
I thought it I mean, it's basically the same shit. You get raked $50 a hand, but
Pretty much. 10%, 50 cap. Raise at 30. Fold.
Yay!
Hitting them up.
It's not 8-4, but it'll do.
wow, right there. Pretty damn good one.
Man, all just premium.
So do you know Mo hit?
Who?
Do you know this guy named Mo hit?
No, I don't think
Never mind.
He's in New York?
Yeah, he's in New York. No,
I'd like
he's-
to.
He used to live here. What are you in Houston
Yeah,
for?
how much would you want? Visiting some friends.
Whatever I'm allowed to add on.
What is the max stack right now?
That's
2K. 2K total.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
why don't
that
you
means-
make
Love
all
hearing
the
questions
chips?
like that.
Mm-hmm.
What's the biggest stack at the table production so we can match? That's what they're asking.
Of course.
And you see another 500 come out of the hoodie there.
This too.
Dylan's adding on 500, and are you going up to 2K, Kelly?
Yes.
All right, and he's going up to 2K.
Well, I haven't seen Kelly play that much on stream, but I love him already. Great work adding on this quickly.
Yes, it is.
This is 3K right now?
Okay. Let's go to 60.
Raised 60 from 2, 3 and 24.
Larger open here. Even when the 12 has been on, most players are coming in for 30 currently, but he might just be sizing up.
He just ripped it all in with Ace King, asking how much he can add on for, probably trying to play to his table image a little bit and kind of get the call on the flop from Ethan.
300.
Yeah, and he's continuing with the larger sizings.
And this one I would slow down on, but that is okay. I think he's already gotten about as much as he possibly can from a pair of threes in this situation. Big bet pre about as much as he possibly can from a pair of threes in this situation. Big bet pre-flop, big bet on the flop. Gonna take down a nice pot.
1K for C4.
For 925?
925 for C5.
And I really like this. So
You can make it.
I just wonder.
we've got HV that adds on for 1,000, and then our new player in, DZ, also wants to top up.
Yeah.
No, I did.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, agreed.
what does it matter?
I don't know, man.
Oh, okay. So we're doing 12s, right? So it's my
When,
turn.
when does logic ever
is on,
have anything to do with Texas poker?
Not that I'm upset about people adding on. Just as like, it doesn't really matter.
The top comes off pretty quick.
Yeah, yeah.
There was one time we
Yeah,
started.
graphics have just updated, so hands are
After that, everybody's there.
hands are coming as well as the
Right.
updated
That's what we
stack
should
depths
do.
You
here.
were there, right? Everybody's running we started with a
Folds.
$200,
Oh, yeah,
$30
the one,
grand.
the
yeah.
1-2 party game.
Uh-huh.
You I used to hear stories in Florida. The max buy-in was $100. No matter what game you were playing, max buy 100. So if you wanted to play 5-10, max buy was 100.
Okay, so we got to
what
get
they
these
would
squared
do
away.
is they would all go in blind.
Well,
until everybody had $1,000.
some of it is, I think, because I was able to top off.
Just take
Oh,
400 off.
Right, so they would all they'd all.
Oh, okay.
First hand,
I
everybody
can
was
do
all
that.
in.
So
Second
400
hand,
comes off.
the guy who
I'm
won
gonna put
the
it over
all-in
here.
You have 3K, so you
$100,
just
and everybody else
take
would go all in.
Oh, 1400.
1,400.
Everybody
Okay.
had $1,000.
Sorry for the delay of games, guy. Thank you.
Okay, take 4.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, I think that's correct.
So we can start
And I'm going
Here for a bit, but really funny action there from Kelly, and he flops the best of it against Tisch Money, who does have a gut shot to the wheel straight. Let's see if he can get there.
400.
Raised 400 from 2.
Check raise from Kelly. Sizable as well.
I probably should know how much I've got.
Yeah, and for quite a few of these players, Kelly is going to be a big question mark. It's not just DZ that is newer to the lineup here. I believe Noah is probably the only player at the table that has an actual sample size of hands with Kelly.
That didn't go as planned in any way.
Yes, it did. Okay. Let's see here.
I think we should keep these ability and track the ability.
I'm gonna add on 5.
5 from Dylan. 12 is on.
Oh, and I'm a 6.
Something's wrong.
You're
Wait.
small, Tish, you're small.
Okay, yeah,
It's
Nothing's wrong.
2000.
Nothing's wrong.
I'm what's wrong.
Nothing's wrong.
Queen 9 off
There's
opens
something wrong. It's me.
first to act.
25 from 5, 6,
And DZ, 3 bets, 125.
Definitely make this call here, but gonna be very close if he doesn't improve significantly on the flop. Just going to have to fold immediately. Definitely one of those hands I would like to play more in position than out. Unfortunately, this is a pretty poor flop for both players involved in the hand. I still think Tisch Money is most likely to c-bet pretty small here, and that's just going to finish things off for DZ. Not much he can do here. Completely missed the board.
Yeah,
Yes,
right,
yes.
right color, wrong suit.
Yeah, he's got the backdoors, but the wrong kind of backdoors. Not enough to stick around here.
2 1/4.
I don't know how important this is, dealer, but I've got 20. Gosh darn it! I just counted 25.98.
Kelly, C2 is at 25.90. Thank you.
You're welcome. 'Cause there was some confusion around that. Mostly mine, but there was some.
Raises to 30.
Suited ace 10. In for 30. It's a suited connector in the small blind.
1 raises to 120.
And does connect.
1 check.
It's a good board for Ethan's exact hand. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw, middle pair. A lot to like, especially when you do put in the 3-bet squeeze with this exact holding. Ethan choosing to check his equity on the flop, and will have to face a small bet from DZ.
And a call from
The front door hearts come in and pair the board at the same time.
Yeah, unfortunately, a very rough card for Ethan. All his backdoor dreams are dead. Even an 8 won't be good enough to win this hand anymore.
125.
125.
Can I just have a Diet Coke or Zero Coke and a cup of ice, please? Thank you. Yeah.
Pair
Get 2
combos,
wires, please.
except for 9-10, but he was already behind that. So if DZ can find the value jam here, I actually think Ethan might call it off. Because there was nothing he could have been looking for on the river that would have improved his hand. It will just go check. So a nice hand here for DZ. One of the rare instances where he could have gotten maximum value there based on how Ethan played the turn, but easy for us to say, looking up at the cards from here.
I'm adding up 350.
350. One is adding on 350.
Question in chat from Blue. What is the time delay on this stream?
Okay, it's hard out here.
Changes from stream to stream. Typically just depends on when the players get started. We ideally have them start an hour before the commentary starts. We in the booth see the action as you see it live, but they're probably about 45 minutes ahead, I'd say on average.
You certainly recalibrate.
And that delay is usually built in just to give the players some extra leeway, just in case they need to start late or there are any pauses for production, anything like that. While they take care of the magic in the back, we watch everything with you guys as you see it as well.
160.
160 from 4 and 5 home.
Pair 9s in the third blind here, making it 160 to go.
Much more appealing situation for Jack 10 of clubs here now. In position, definitely going to float and make the call. And unfortunately for Mo, he's got the exact right hand to peel after mostly missing the flop. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw with the 9 connected to the Jack and the 10. Lots of cards on the turn that could be appealing for him. And this board is theoretically not that great for HV's true range of hands. Hands like Ace King, Ace Queen, Ace Jack, all completely whiffed. So Mo taking the time to be aggressive and raise with this hand. Stepped in it here. Best thing that could happen for Mo at this point would be for him to improve with a Jack or a 10 on the turn. Give himself some showdown value so he can slow it down, but that is unfortunately no help. Mo is already drawing extremely thin and now drawing debt.
That's 12 and a quarter.
Wow. HV removes the knit button. Table reacts.
Full house. That's pretty good.
And now we are heads up in the knit game between Ethan and Mike.
I love that feeling when
one of them will be responsible.
they would have done this, they would have done that.
30. One raises the 30.
All that matters is what's in front of you.
4 raises to 150.
Let me know. One guy that I cannot beat.
We both rescan your.
They just cannot believe what I 3-bet with, right?
The computer's literally breaking.
Computer's thinking this can't be right.
Ace 10 again, top here. Backdoor clubs to go with it. Ethan, additional incentive because of the Nick game to try to take this one down.
That's 110.
Sorry, I misread that Ace 10. Thought it was suited.
Still a nice hand for HV here. Top pair, top kicker.
All in.
Raise, all in, fold. No fold from one.
Damn, dude.
Thanks, HG.
HV really
Going crazy.
aggressively punishing the C-bet here. He'll take down another nice pot.
Yeah, normally he wouldn't just put his foot on the gas there, try to play it fast, but given the stack behind for Ethan, he wasn't having any issues of getting the chips in quickly.
Do you have a favorite draw? I don't think I've ever asked you this question.
I think like a double gutter with the flush draw.
Double with a flush draw?
That's the best
That's
draw.
like so basically a combo draw.
Yeah, basically. But I like the double gutter.
Specifically double gutter
Rather
with
than
a flush
open-ended,
draw.
because open-ended is like, people can see it, but like double gutter, it's
Euphoric feeling. I really like the backdoor flush draw. That's a good one.
I like the backdoor set.
The backdoor what?
Yeah, you bluff with a small pocket pair and then you hit a set.
Yeah, that's also a spicy one. It's a rare one, but
Super
it's
weird, yeah.
Gut shot
it can be mixed
for
in,
Mike here,
for sure.
but HV blocking it, and obviously the best of it.
Nobody,
Both in high card
sees that
and
one. Top tier one
flop.
and getting paid for sure.
Mike's action card would be a queen on the turn if he were to get it, but the 7 of spades is going to be no good. No spades in anyone's hands.
how much is it? 5?
Mike double this point. And improve with either an 8 or a queen on the river. He gets there right in the guts.
They were just talking about the double gutter draw. No flush draw to go with it, but got there in the right way. Because of the Nick game element, I mean, obviously board's very well connected now.
Plus his lucky chip.
Not very
I assume
hidden.
that plays here.
I don't think HV's going to pay this off. Mike's jam is big.
Ace jack with his check. Let's see. Queen 10 of spades. So close. 3 to 1. Such a good price. 966.
Correct.
That beat though. Much. Losing to all values.
Do you need to get through here?
It's flush or nothing, right? You're not.
Okay.
You jamming too
I'll get
far,
out of your
right?
way.
Maybe not set. It's flush or nothing, right? That could be ace queen. Space. It's too early for this shit.
That's what I was thinking, man.
I just have a super strong hand. I don't know, I can fold. Top of the range. Alright, you know what?
You had your favorite, man. No flush draw, but double gutter.
Get in.
Start with the yip and maybe you
Here,
can,
here. Hey, listen, can you give it to her?
I got 2.
Nice hand.
Can you get through okay?
No, mine were whatever, it don't matter.
That's the Nick game?
I think
That's
somebody
it.
down there wanted room.
Didn't expect that.
Let me get out of your way.
That is it.
Thank you.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, no worries.
Yep. I guess I can't not see the double gutter there.
I'm on HV, you're supposed to pay me off.
I'm supposed to.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Just
so
talking about double gutter, bro.
Top range, huh?
Yeah, you were just
I was
talking
thinking-
about double gutter.
There's an extra
I was
money
like,
there.
You
That
can't even
that
beat it
150 is
straight.
part of the
Top
pot.
of range.
yeah.
I thought it's either flush or nothing,
Thank
right? I couldn't figure it out. There's a straight
I'm
on the
Kelly, by
board.
way. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm not supposed to have
And when he said double gutter, I'm like,
You're like,
oh.
oh wait, that's a
Who are
thing.
you?
Mike,
Yeah.
Mike, I'm Kelly.
That's why the double
pleasure to
gutter's
meet
so
you.
broke.
I wanted to just bet 500, but I was trying to make it look more bluffy, especially with the nip.
Oh, 500, I'm folding faster.
That's kind of what I thought, that's why I was going all in.
I
Wanted
can't
to
believe
look more
nobody
bluffy.
fought for the 150 hard.
I know, I
There's nothing in there.
have good hands.
It's a lot of money. Big ante.
1 1/4. Ball. 8.
This is why I don't call.
All right, let's put it back,
At a
Ethan.
good price for the
Running
stream.
on 500. Yeah.
Seat 1 is ending on 500.
7-4 did not get there on that flop.
Thank you.
That is for sure.
Oh, I can't do that.
That is for sure.
Thank you. Yeah, 500 for
Sweatshop poker, they just no bathroom breaks. Just keep playing the Nick game. Monkeys, yeah. Entertain us, yeah.
And the chat's like, oh, you must beep it. 67% of hands. That is a good comparison. Kind of true. Just kidding.
Lucky I wasn't stuck.
Yeah, if you didn't pop a boat with those nines, and if you'd have lost that hand, man, yeah, you'd have snap called me.
Do you call if you're
5
stuck?
raises the 4 and the 6
Come on.
folds.
If I wasn't stuck, I might not have been playing that. Or heads up in the Nick game.
7, 8, 4.
Standard, to be honest. Any 2 card is good on this table, to be honest with you. I see some ridiculous guy just called with pocket 4 and win 30K the other day.
Yeah, I know. But he's a savage.
Yeah, that guy's a super pro.
That guy's a savage, man.
I mean, when other guys over bluffing in every spot.
After I see that, I'm like, yep, it's really hard to make a pan hold 'em. I was watching it live, I'm like, yep, it's hard to make a pan hold 'em.
Honestly, I'm surprised the chips didn't go in faster. He probably just tanked a little bit because he didn't want to be disrespectful,
No comments.
right?
No comments.
That's it.
That was pretty
Standard,
crazy.
standard.
Everything is
Standard.
It was so
everything is-
crazy that I had to jump in the booth. You have to see it live though. Like, super.
What was the live reaction like? How shocked were the people?
I was like, Slick Rick is barrel any river.
Yeah, pretty much. Any barrel, every bluff, every river. Call every.
And then Ty's probably just gonna call it off.
Call every hand. It's an expensive mistake if you're wrong.
That's not soul read.
Yeah.
5 raises,
No
30
kidding.
and 6 fold. Seven raises and 130.
Cutoff open for DZ here. Suited ace-7. And Mo in from the small blind. 3 bets to 130. Typically don't want to come in with passive action from the small blind, so big blind takes the same note and 4 bets to 275.
Yeah.
Yeah, very big bump here from
Not
Tisch
with
Money.
those guys. I'll
Aggressive
stay away from
action
those guys.
being taken from him now.
Ace-4 get there?
And to turn into a bluff.
Oh.
I learned that from Colin. Shout out to Colin. I saw him do it.
It's actually a pretty nice hand.
Good.
9-10 suited. You see that? He just went with 9-10.
Yeah,
Mine
exactly.
wasn't even suited.
Yeah. Think about
So his is twice as good.
that's actually
Yours
my,
had 2 flush draws.
That's actually my favorite
Yours
hand.
had 2 backdoor flush draws, actually.
that's actually my favorite hand.
Sorry, no. I had to do what I had to do what must be done.
Alright. Plus we got king 9.
That's one of my favorites.
That's if I bet.
Blind gonna have a
That's
little
how I
bit
used
of
to
a
do double
clash.
style, so just kick me if I
Oh, I'm not either, so.
120
So cold.
to go now from Ethan.
It's a little chilly.
Folds back to the 8s.
Maybe I should stop bluffing more, so my blood stop pumping, you know?
Going to be an easy
I'm nice
call
and warm.
here.
My blood is pumping
And
pretty
for
good.
Ethan, it's going to be very short to
Lay
start
off,
the
I
hand,
don't
so
miss,
he'll get a
what's
lower
gonna happen?
score.
If the 8 doesn't
Easy
come
for
to
these
go
two
all
to
in,
get it all in post
might just
flop.
fold too.
Probably, yeah. 'cause
Honestly, not that bad of a flop for it either.
Obviously,
And
it didn't matter. He didn't even know the
and I'm
street got
trying to get
there.
him back.
With backdoor club.
I was worrying about the flush the whole time, but you have
Eight's
to
effectively a
the
brick.
sneaky double gutter. See, I told you the double gutter. I didn't see it.
That was a sneaky double gutter.
I can't see it. You see?
Gutter on the flop, turn a double gutter.
That is-
And then hit the backdoor gutter. That's the best feeling.
It is very poetic that that's what came
Ethan
through. Was the
actually
double
going
gutter.
It was literally like the next hand after you were
Giving
talking
a
about
check
it.
on the queen
It's
high
like you have an
board and
ace
giving
3,
Mo
and
the
then on the
opportunity
board it's
to
like
bet into
queen
him
4,
here.
like jack, and then you check raise and you turn a deuce and you hit the 5.
Yeah.
That's how it feels.
Ugh.
Deuce.
Will definitely be a good candidate to bluff catch, but bad timing here for Mo. I think he's going to have to pay this one off.
How much is that?
115. And a call. So.
Shit.
Called it out loud.
Yeah.
What do you say?
And Mo is going to pay
I mean, like,
Ethan
I want
off
to say
there.
good read, but you fucking made the call.
Yeah.
That's a bad read. If you make a good read, you should have folded. That's a bad read.
It's a good read, bad read.
Good read, bad read.
You just want to confirm, right? I know you want to put that 115 just to confirm that you're right,
Yeah,
right?
just confirm.
Just can't believe it.
Well, yeah, I can't believe how good my fucking read is. Yeah.
Yeah, and I paid my with
Believe my
8s,
read.
knowing that he had 10s, you know?
Yeah, I should trust myself.
I hate it when I don't trust myself.
You think we're playing heads up later?
Later?
Already challenging the heads-up matches, huh?
Is that the rules?
Well, he's
Already.
got to get used to it because that's all he's going to be able to do for all of June and July, man.
Yeah.
June, July, maybe August too.
The live stream is going to be heads up, all
Might
heads up
be
now.
3 months of HV playing with himself.
We have to go back to 1-3, man. Everybody's gonna be gone.
Yes, punish him.
You know, June, July.
Both are fine.
Yeah.
Both seem good.
Going back to the lab. We go to Colorado. See you, Kelly.
I'm heading back tomorrow.
Yeah.
We could road trip up with Ethan and play some.
Yep.
Play some.
I
Play
play in
against.
Blackhawk when I play. So yeah, we're in Colorado.
It's
We're in
fraternity
Lakewood.
house.
We love it. It's wonderful.
Oh yeah, in Dallas. Yeah, because you'll be in college now.
We could play the big game.
I've always wanted.
What's the big game?
Dude,
name?
I've always wanted to frequent the big games.
51.
51.
51. Yeah.
It's like twice a semester.
Pretty big game. Pretty big. 51. Pretty big game.
Normally comes in after multiple people hit their sports bets.
50-100, right?
I will say though.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I do miss the college.
It is a $50 cap buy-in though.
What?
Yeah.
What?
What are they playing? 1 penny, 2 pennies?
So much for this big game. The biggest game. The biggest game should always be.
Check 3.
Yeah, no match stack. So if you bust, you're back in for 50.
What? Ethan, the biggest game always needs to be uncapped. Tell him that.
I'm sure they'll listen to me if I tell them that. It's been going like that for years and years.
You know, new blood. You never know. Things change.
Yeah. I'm sure the upperclassmen love the freshmen.
Sorry, dealer. I didn't realize we were tipping during this.
Yeah. I might not start out that way, but you know, the right people get stuck. You just make a suggestion at the right time. You know. Let the energy flow where it wants.
Fold 6.
It might pop off. Who knows?
Did you hear my? Oh no. Okay. How much did you add? 1K. 1K.
1 million.
It's 8 and 1. Also folded.
1 million.
Gonna be battle of blinds here. Folds around into them.
Raise to 60.
Kelly, ace 10.
I just
Premium.
noticed the same thing.
That like a tournament poker nearly here.
It is what it is.
5-6 defends the straddle and good board. Kelly could continue on here, but it does go check check and ace 10 gets there. Gut shot to go with. Hand over.
Thankfully, very simple affair here for Kelly. Definitely could have gotten this result on the flop, but works your way.
Thank you. Thank you.
And an early look at the numbers here. VPips are pipping for sure. Part of that definitely due to the straddle staying on consistently. But HV, half of hands so far. DZ, new to the stream and not far behind that. And what matters most here, Noah on top, up 500, 350 for Tisch, 315 for HV. Kelly also just barely in the green here, but it's early. Things can quickly change. And we'll say, do appreciate all the notes in the chat. Both just anytime y'all are in the chat, engaging with us in the booth here. Sweating the action, support Mike.
Noah gone for a definitely very interesting line here, electing to raise with his pure air backdoor straight draw. Would have needed a very magical turn card to win this hand, but now no longer will need to bluff at it. Proves to second pair. Oh, with the nip button still though, trying to get rid of this early, but unfortunately he's running to the absolute top of Mike's range. Trip aces. Never gonna fold, obviously, at least not yet, unless something crazy happens on the river. Backdoor diamonds do complete, but Noah not firing away on the river. We'll take down the nice pot.
Button's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Daniel, what you doing in New York? You going to school?
Yeah, NYU.
Okay, cool. For what?
Economics.
Right on. Like it out there?
Yeah, it's chill.
If you guys play out there.
Isn't the rate ridiculously high?
Depends upon where you play.
But the games are so good though, it's beatable, huh? It's okay when they take 40 bucks out of the pot.
It's usually 50.
Damn.
Like maybe we'll be able to win long term. I don't know. hard to say. Weird concept. But it's fun though. New York's a good city to just like be in too, right?
Yeah.
Living on campus then?
Yeah, there's no campus at all.
Oh really?
Yeah, no campus in NYU. It's
So
just
how-
inside the city.
Nice.
It's just on the cities.
I see. So there's just like a lot of different.
There's just buildings scattered around the place.
Yeah.
I see.
There's kind of like a campus. It's like a park in the middle, and
Yeah.
then there's like some buildings around it.
So when you go to NYU, you can't like, is there like student apartments
here
you can
often
get,
or no?
or do you have to like?
No, I
find-
used to live in
There's
Denver,
Houston.
Houston for about 15 years.
Okay.
Now you're in Denver?
Now I'm
I
in Denver.
understand, though.
And I've been gone for 6 years or so, I'm guessing by now.
It's different though. It's
So
very different.
I've only played here
Yeah, it
twice.
seems different.
'Cause I figured it'd be fun to be on a stream.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
40.
You just back visiting family or something?
Cumulative post-flop play from HV.
And a number of them were wise enough to look at the weather
Disciplined play
report and
for
think,
sure.
this isn't going to
Make
work.
that
And
maybe
we
frustrating laydown
enjoyed it for
earlier
about
in
an
the
hour and a
stream
half.
against Mike,
Some
but
excellent
was
barbecue.
ultimately the right decision.
And then, man, the rain started. And I'd forgotten how Houston rain just does not screw around. It's serious.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out here sometimes. No way.
I don't miss the hurricanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm.
There's usually one. Still.
At least the threat,
Yeah.
you know, every year.
HV and Noah heads up.
Wow.
3 raises to 35.
Usually it's Noah in my head.
Yeah, DZ definitely came to play tonight.
3.
He's very quick to add on, match the stack, and hasn't been backing down at all.
You have like 1,500.
I wonder if HV is just thinking about running the equity of his hand. DZ would never fold any non-4-bet bluffs here to a jam. I think he would always call with any of those pocket pairs finding the 4-bet,
Something
so
like that,
HV
yeah,
proceeding
probably.
with a bit more caution. Just taking inventory before the hand, see what he's working with.
Check.
And we have a very simple 2-street game that can be played here. If DZ decides to bluff on the flop and jam the turn, definitely a tough line for HV, and he's actually just going to decide to check it back. Interesting. I was really hoping for the small barrel into big barrel all in on the flop turn, but DZ perhaps trying to just take a free card, improve, get some equity on the turn, but he's got absolutely nothing here now. Bad board for his range, just gonna have to give up. Would have likely needed to fire a medium barrel flop, big barrel turn to get this through, but not quite, at least not this time.
Probably interesting for DZ to see what HV called the
No need to get
4-bet
there.
with. When you're coming into the stream,
You already got there.
first time, new state, new players, honestly, playing the perpetual Nick game gives you quite a lot of info that you would not have otherwise. You don't have to wait to watch the stream later. You get at least some info, some limited info based off the showdowns that you normally are not entitled to.
I was thinking I have a pocket 10.
Especially
but I'm like,
so,
no.
given that
Or recognize
whatever you want.
mentioning that he's
You don't have to
coming
say
from
it.
New York. I'm not sure how much poker he's played in
man.
Texas, but I know that the style of
Oh,
poker
man, I
played
thought I
in
had a
the
set for
northeastern part
checking.
of the country quite different than potentially some of the more action-heavy locations such as Florida, Texas, Choctaw, to name a few.
Speaking of action locations, Queens in the big blind for Tisch Money.
Splash pot as well. Noah having to pay out the nit tax here for this pot right now.
How long you lived here?
Actually, I think we still have a couple buttons out.
Oh, that's right. It looks like Ethan still has one, and I guess DZ and Noah still has one. So the graphics are disengaged this hand.
Yeah, we wound up living
For the
in
knit button.
15, and my wife was not a fan of the humidity or heat.
Yeah, neither is mine, but I told her to deal with it. I mean, I'm not really either, but I'm kind of used to it now. So.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. You'd walk out of a poker room.
Just looking around at the. Actually, looking at the
and
pot,
she's
this
gotten to
is the
point
splash pot.
where
That was the last
Denver,
hand.
It's got 4 seasons, and not many people realize this. But
Tisch
the
just going to take it
sunshine's
down. No resistance from
300 days a
HV.
year.
I'm gonna flop a set with that hand.
The weather's actually.
I wouldn't be able to deal with the snow. That's the only thing. I'd rather take.
Pretty fair. I wouldn't like to get into a fake
the
flip with
snow-
5s for
Ace-10 was
my
good,
entire
right?
stack.
The snow. up
Maybe
in
I'd run
the
that hand in a
mountains
tournament,
is
but
bad.
they
You
are
don't
way
wanna
too
start
deep for that right
Where
now.
we live, just outside of Denver.
Pair?
I mean, it's
don't
not
wanna
bad
flip?
at all. I mean, when it snows all day,
Damn 200 big blinds in
we'll
there.
have 6 inches,
Splash pot.
maybe 8. So it's not bad at
Splash
all.
pot on
At least
it.
not
I
where
forgot
we
you
are.
don't
Now,
think of it that way.
I lived in Denver prior to this stint, and there was one time where
That's yummy.
I lived at the end of a cul-de-sac, and I'm telling you, the wind blew all the snow from the neighbors into
Played regular
my
poker.
yard,
I don't know
and
why
it took me
it's
2
jammed.
days to dig
2,500
out
in there.
my drive. I had a long driveway, but it took me 2 days to dig out that driveway.
Holy crap.
7 raises to 30.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And of course, I consider myself semi-retired, so I don't have to drive unless I want to drive.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, get it.
Oh, and the traffic is
Same hand.
so much better than
Oh, I'll bet.
than here. I'd forgotten how bad the traffic is. It's just
You
terrible.
don't want that. Yeah. What time we at, bro? We got 3.
Let's see. Something doesn't look right. Thought it was a 6.
Yeah. What's your new favorite hand, Tisch?
The 9. It's
9,
been,
10,
it's been good to me. It's been really good to me.
Yeah. Fold 5, fold 6. 7 raises to 30. And 8 folds. 1 and 2 folds. 4 calls.
It's a big table.
Yeah, it is.
Massive table.
It's nice to have elbow room, though.
Check.
Check 4.
Something else nice about Blacklock is they play 8 hands.
Nice flop for Mo here.
Still black should be 10. Adding on 1,000.
Oh, Bellagio is too.
Really?
And hand over.
It's been years since I was
Nothing
there.
too crazy or out of line there.
The tables were close.
I think we saw the 4 deuce last hand as well, raised by Mo, but he also quickly folded that. So 4 deuce, unsurprisingly, lost 2 hands in a row.
That's what you mean. Got
Good
it.
work.
Okay.
Taking some of its equity.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
8 handed, yeah.
Yeah, I think rooms are going that way. They realize players are more comfortable and it doesn't change. It may even speed up the game so their rake is better. Now, time games are a little different.
Yeah.
But I'd rather play in a time game, even if it means
Oh, yeah,
9
for
games.
sure.
It's tough out here, huh?
Hopefully you don't hit him.
I hit it, I still have to fold, you know?
This was a good one.
Fold from 6. 7 fold. 8 fold.
30.
Raised 30 from 1.
Folds around to Ethan's button. A suited gapper will open to 30. Just a call from Kelly's ace-10 in the small.
180. Raised 1.
DZ coming in hot. 180 from the straddle and takes it down.
Nice.
Nice hand.
Punish him. Best hand.
Nah hand.
Oh, he is the best hand.
12's on.
The 12 is on, it's not presently. Correct, but they took it from offset. So it's just,
Thank you.
7-4.
How much you got?
I started with like 2K.
Raised 40 from 8, 1 4, 2 4.
Ace Jack opens for 40 here.
3 4 4. 5 4.
Something.
I think I saw one.
Something flash.
Something sort of flat.
Something sort of flash. I always saw was, I don't know, like a big pit, like 9 or 10.
Alright, well, if that's paid,
Whatever.
that's
I mean, it's in the mug now. It's like,
We're good, we're good.
and a call from 6.
Was it my fault?
No,
Uh-oh.
No defends the straddle here after the discussion about the potentially exposed card.
check 6.
Wasn't gonna matter too much for Noah's exact holding, and he does connect.
So cold there.
Bottom pair of things.
Looks good right now and is definitely enough to continue with his backdoor equity, but lots of cards could change how Noah feels about this turn. Most high cards not going to feel great.
Man, I try.
That one, totally fine though. Improves now to the double gutter.
Check 8.
Finds 2 pair in the end.
That's 75 from 6.
Just going for a very value-heavy sizing. Tisch Money not going to look him up for that price. I actually think Noah would have probably needed to bet more if he wanted Tisch Money to find a hero call with just the ace-jack high. Very unlikely, though.
That was a nice dance move.
thank you. I was like, I need to like
Little
check
shuffle
something.
step.
Thank you. I had to stretch my legs a little bit. Don't want to miss this hand. Couldn't miss my favorite position, under the gun.
First to
That's your
bluff.
favorite?
What?
First to bluff.
Exactly. Under the gun's like fun and exciting, you know?
Please do something stupid right now, please.
He's ready for you.
I already did, but you didn't click call.
Damn! My pair is too small.
8 raises to 40 and 1 4.
Oh, yeah, you're influencing the action, HB.
150.
Bullshit.
Raise to 150 from
How small is too small, though?
5 is small.
That's pretty small.
I mean, any pair on this table is
Five,
good.
Tisch bumping it up with the ace-7 suited,
No,
but
no,
running
no.
into
After I see
the
the
black
pocket
9s
fours,
from Kelly,
the
gonna
five's
3-bet
pretty
to
nutty.
150. Out of position. Not my favorite hand to peel with, but also totally fine. These guys are super duper deep. You're really not playing your ace with your kicker, you're playing your ace high flush draw.
I had
But
it this time.
Tisch
Almost as good as
refusing
aces.
to
That's
take
gonna
the
flop a full
marginal
house,
spot.
just letting you know.
All right, thank you.
That's the hand of the day.
Wise not to take those as often as you can.
And it was suited too.
And somebody's gonna race you too.
You didn't have to.
I didn't have to. I had to.
Man, poker is so hard today.
Not
How do I
really
keep
good.
getting in this three-handed mid game?
Shit, dude.
Now, how did that become a favorite hand?
That's the best feeling, right? I was kind of drooling in that hand, but
That's
then Mo
usually the
checked
answer.
back
I
the
don't
turn.
know. I don't have a favorite hand. I've
I
never
was
developed one.
confusing.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing.
Yeah, I believe so.
You know, I don't really go too hard with it though. Obviously, I mean, you saw, it was suited. I was on the button and I folded.
My new favorite line of poker
It is my
is
favorite
don't
hand,
bluff
but I
a
don't go
donkey,
too
because
crazy.
if you bluff a donkey, they got confused and they're just gonna click a card.
Probably should have killed
Eat on, eat on.
That's like my new favorite line. My new favorite line now. Don't bluff a donkey.
45.
Just over bluff, yeah.
Just don't bluff a donkey because you get confused and then he's just gonna call.
3 4 raises to 125.
125 from HV.
5 and 6 4.
The offsuit ace wheel.
8 4.
7-4 in the muck.
Call.
Into the muck.
Call.
Heads up.
Kelly not going anywhere with the parking lot hand. Eight high flop with 2 hearts.
Bet 80.
Not surprised to see HV continue here.
I'm curious to see if Kelly gets sticky. He definitely did in the first hand of the stream with King Queen, so not super surprised to see him sticking around making this call. Great card for him, of course. Queen high flush draw, ace to go along with it. Also a good card for HV because he no longer has to really bluff at this pot unless he really thinks his hand is somehow no good. But he's going to be going for some extra thin value here. He does improve on the turn, but that is a huge raise coming out from Kelly. Kelly really not messing around with this queen high flush draw. Ace to go along with it. And if you could crawl into HV's mind right now and just kind of look at his face, it's definitely weird facing such a huge raise on the turn. 160 all the way up to 800. Not a line that a lot of players choose to take, and it might induce some strange action, but I don't think HV is going to call here either. Hearts obviously just got there. Board super connected. Yes, he does have an ace, but about as pure of a bluff catcher as you can possibly get at this point. Not sure if Kelly really has any bluffs for this massive size on the turn.
I almost got confused.
Well, as long as it's
Reference to that great commentary from a hand ago. And folks, there will be periods of time tonight where we kind of just let the players do the talking. They're having some good conversation, and we like to leave that as uninterrupted as possible.
Like, you know, I never bluff. Actually, that's not true. I bluffed twice this weekend, so I'm out. I'm done.
Okay,
Yeah.
done? You met your quota?
I met my quota. Oh wait, this is a new week, though, right? Okay.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Correct.
Ooh, okay, got another good hand. Let's go with 45.
Raise to 45 from 2. Three raises to 155. 4 fold. Raised 400.
GZ turning on the GTO afterburners. How about 400 with 5-4 of clubs on the button? Really thinking Kelly and Mike are both messing around, which they kind of are given what they have, so this is probably going to work. Great timing.
Yeah, perfect hand to do it with. He's blocking both ace-5 and ace-4.
And I'd like to remind you guys, he didn't have to do that. He doesn't have a nip button. He's showing that he's here to play. Maybe getting some kind of read or tell off the players, but that is obviously not standard. But great work from him finding that in this particular spot.
Fives are somehow the first hand in on that hand from the big blind and just takes it down, no flop.
Got confused on that hand.
No defenders.
Just click the call button. I wonder he raised 800.
Never
never know. Never know around these neck of the woods.
Oh, so close.
Yes, true, true.
Couldn't do it.
There was 35, 4, 5, 6, 4, 7, 4.
HV with a fresh set of rockets here. Pocket aces +1. And Ethan still holding a nip button. We'll get in there with a 9-8 suited. Same thing for Mike with his King-4 suited. So some fun hands that could potentially crack aces going 3 ways to the flop. Well, it would be quite a shame if aces got cracked on this hand. Top set for HV, but the flush draw available for Ethan.
That 45. Correct.
Ethan's had a little bit of a rough go so far tonight.
He's got the exact right type of hand to call with as well. Mike unfortunately does not. We're going to need runner quads for this hand to be really interesting for Mike, but we'll see if that's possible. And it's not.
8-4 gets there.
Except against aces.
Yeah. Got there against aces earlier.
HV definitely going to want to fire a big bet here on this turn. Lots of draws available. Very dynamic board. Nuts almost certainly to change on this river. And so he does continue for 280. And Ethan, sitting the shallowest out of any of the stacks at the table, really has to consider whether he wants to continue. I think because he picked up the 8 of clubs on the turn, he might decide to continue. He has a pair to go along with his flush draw. Obviously, no straight draw working for him, but may think the 9-high flush draw is good. And he does pick the wrong time to click the jam button. Snap from HV.
Up to you.
Oopsies.
Twice. We're going twice.
You have a draw?
2 rivers.
Chop it up, gentlemen.
What?
And that's quads on 1. Ethan knows where he's at now.
Always just, how do you always have top set against me?
So that will be Ethan to the felt now.
In the Nick game, only the top.
Rough start gets rougher here for Ethan. HV stacking in nice, almost $2,500 pot with the aces. Best hand stayed that way the whole time.
I'll bring the
There is occasionally justice in poker, like this time. Not always, though.
Merchandise,
Oh,
free
cool.
dinner or whatever. Or money, cash.
Has that 1K been pulled yet?
1,500.
Scott, has that 1K been pulled yet?
It has been, but we put it back in. That's the beauty of it. It's just the odds are always the same. It's in there. You pull it.
Oh, so you refill the balls. Oh, okay, okay.
Well, I'm aware of that. There's only one in there, but there's always one in there.
Interesting. Did not know that. I thought it was like you pull all the balls out until. I see what it is now. I thought it was like you just wait until they're all gone and then kind of like a mystery bounty, you know, if like the big bounty's left.
Everybody's got it.
Then there's like 2 balls left. Yeah, exactly. Shit like that.
Raise 40 from 8. 1 folds.
Call.
Call. 2, 3 folds. Call 3 folds.
This is
3 big. 3 players, 3 cards to come. Each in for 40. And another ace-high flop.
2 checks, 4 checks.
Kelly with the 8s off the board, and Middle pair, backdoor spades for HV. Let's not make that backdoor spades. Clubs starting to come as Tisch finds trips.
125.
Unfortunately, it's a pretty good card for HV. I'm almost certain if Kelly didn't bet that 125, HV would have done so himself. You kind of saw a wince on his face seeing that bet. I think Tisch is going to find a call here. It'd be strange not to see that, but second ace on the turn, definitely great when you're holding a king, but not so much whenever you're being bet into.
300.
That's 300.
Does Tisch think he can get value from raising here? I don't think the answer is yes. I think he's just contemplating a call at this point. Kelly's line definitely seems like it could be some other kind of ace, and Tisch losing to almost every other combo of ace-x in the deck, chopping with some, outright losing to a few, and he is just going to make the fold.
Thank you. Alright. Dealer change, thank you all.
So before we have the Summer Poker Open return, we have the Summer Jam. Multi-flight, multi-bag. It's a 100K guarantee from Friday, June 27th through the weekend. But multiple events going to be going on, so you don't have to wait around for the Summer Poker Open. Looks like we're going to get some bomb pot action here. My type of game. Players, each ante $25, get dealt 4 cards. PLO double board bomb pot coming in now. Pretty customary in Texas to do this at every dealer change. And you saw Eric, our dealer, new dealer, come in, collect 15 from each player. That's just a pre-tip. Dealers being taken care of by all the players here throughout the night, but then also
Sorry, an hour and a half.
at the dealer changes.
I think it'll be 10 on the last 2 rounds.
Yes.
Actually had a little road trip to Austin for a pickleball tournament. It's a non sequitur, but I promise it's related. And of course I played poker while I was in another city, because you have to. Had the pleasure of running second nut into first nut in a bomb pot. So that was a bad way to start the weekend.
That is brutal.
Pickleball was fun, but everything else wasn't so great, not gonna lie. But bomb pots are a lot of fun. If y'all don't play them, totally understandable. 4-card poker, customary in Texas, can definitely be intimidating, but generally just have to play stronger hands in general post-flop when you're playing PLO, and double board bomb pots are the exact same.
Ooh. Is it only one burner? Yeah. One burner.
Huh? No, that one was right.
Yeah.
We're just gonna get another flop.
Oh. No, that goes on the bottom.
No,
That goes on
Double
the
board
bottom.
bomb pot.
Double board bomb pot.
2 boards.
2, 3. Yep.
There you go.
All right, we should not. We're not doing this again, guys.
Check. That's fine with me, because I hate these things.
We're gonna pass this next to the other change.
You typically want to be drawing at both, or at least have one completely locked up. And it is a drawing game, the great game of PLO. We do see a set of 9s on the bottom board for Ethan, and he's also got the nut flush draw on top with the clubs.
Yeah, easy does it here for him. Noah, of course, with the open and a straight draw, will make the fold, and nobody else really with anything to continue. So easy does it for Ethan. Just flop the nuts with the nut draw on the other board, and you're good.
Bomb pot. Did you go to bomb pot school?
You hate fun?
No, I'm not saying I hate anything.
You a fun hater?
I'm not hating anything. I'm just asking you because you wanted the bomb pot. I want to know if you wanted the bomb pot.
Want to have a little fun?
That might loosen you up a little bit.
Well, I want to play a bomb pot.
Oh, this game is so loose.
I'm a hater thinking I'm going to get half the pot in me.
I don't want this game to get any looser. You know, this game is so loose already.
All right.
Yeah, I don't think we need to loosen it up anymore.
Raise to 40. 8 fold. 1 fold.
Let's wake up to something to punish mode.
2 fold.
All right.
Stop.
Next one.
Cars thing.
1 fold. I mean, 4 fold. Call. Two check. 3 check. 5 check.
Lots of hands going to this flop. Tens still best for Mo by a pretty clear margin. Couple of gut shot straight draws available for Mike and for DZ. Backdoor clubs also working in Mike's favor.
Two bet 120.
Mike finds the call on the flop.
Calls me.
Turn to come.
Two check.
Same outs for Mike, looking for the 4 or the king. Not very many of those left in the deck either. And for Mo, this is still a great board to go for value on, especially because Mike is holding a nip button. Mike really is incentivized to win this hand and get rid of it. This board is more of Mike's range, but Mo applying continuous pressure, not letting the draws get there, and takes down a nice pot.
God, that is a big hail ball.
No kidding. I could kill you, literally.
Yeah. Crazy.
You're gonna go get some balls.
Too many.
Cards back.
Oh, shit.
You're in the bomb pot.
See what Noah did?
I had aces, man. Aces, kings. I saw it.
What aces? Oh, on the bomb pot?
Sick. No.
Stop it.
Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it.
$40.
2 raises to 40. 3 folds. 4 folds.
This iteration of the Nick game will continue.
5 folds. 6 folds.
Ethan and Mike holding the only 2 nit buttons left, and neither of them really able to get anything going here towards this section of the stream.
5 check.
Beautiful flop here for Kelly, flopping the nut flush draw, but DZ has connected pretty significantly with the King 10, 1 club. And Kelly overbetting the pot here. I like this, especially with the nut flush draw. Gonna apply a lot of pressure to non-King X holdings. DZ making the call though. And after it goes check, check, the ace high flush draw has just completely missed. Wonder if DZ will start to go for some thin value here, targeting some hands like a 7, lower pocket pairs like 8s, 6s, 10s, jacks, queens. Not much for Kelly to do except for turn his hand into a bluff with his range, but
2 folds.
not going to look for it here. DZ taking down another nice one.
There's the balls. Which one do you think you're gonna draw?
T-shirt.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yours
Or like-
cold. You
or
can
like-
layer up.
Hopefully you get a hoodie.
$25.
Oh, like $25.
Yeah.
I thought you always carried a hoodie in that bag.
I do, but it's cool now. It's good now.
Okay,
It's good temperature right now. It's like perfect right now.
That's fair.
7 folds.
It's just my hand is freezing. It's not even my body.
Yeah.
The hands are cold.
Freezing.
One raises
That's fair.
to 30, 2 folds, 3 calls,
180.
4 raises to 180, 5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds.
And you can see the nit game in full effect here. Ethan bumping it up with the king 8 of spades, but not going to be able to hold on and defend. Neither will Mike, who got in there with a speculative hand as well to try and get rid of that nit button.
Thank you.
Get him a t-shirt, he's cold.
Hoodie.
Hoodie. T-shirt's not
Wait,
getting
after this hand,
better.
after this hand.
We'll do it after this hand.
Alright, he's getting a baseball cap.
You're gonna get a free hotel night stay.
And what, you need quads or better to drop? Okay.
Quads are better, yep.
3 folds,
That would be good too.
Very
4 raises to
expensive.
35. 5 raised to 150, 6 folds.
Roly poly.
Another aggressive 3-bet here from DZ. This time HV is going to choose to peel. By this point, maybe has more information about how DZ has been playing. Been more aggressive so far throughout the stream. HV does improve to a gut shot on the flop with a backdoor club draw, but DZ flopping top pair. And this is a pretty good check from DZ. The range advantage definitely in HV's favor with the button open. Even though King 10, decently strong hand on this board, definitely not the nuts, anywhere close to it. But it is certainly worth seeing a few more streets. And the 6 of diamonds on the turn does give HV a few additional outs. Another 6 would be good for him. King, no good. Unfortunately, it does remove his gut shot outs. A 9 would now make a straight on the board. HV choosing to go into attack mode given the board run out here. HV saying he can have all of the 9s that DZ cannot. Also can have many more combinations of 2 pair that DZ also cannot. 10-7, 10-8, 6-8 suited, etc. Ace of Spades is a better card for DZ's range, but I have a feeling HV knows he's not going to win this hand at Showdown with the 6 of clubs. Going to have to fire a creative triple barrel here in order to take this pot down. Size-wise, you don't even have to go that big. I would say maybe something like 900 to 1,000 may be good to go, but HV is just going to give up on it. I think he's recognizing Ace of Spades is too good of a card for DZ. Definitely could have improved in some way there. Going to be hard to get him to fold lots of hands unless he chooses a very big sizing.
$1,000.
Rebate.
No, I see it.
That wasn't it, no. 25, 3 and 10?
That was so embarrassing.
Hey, that's not bad. I know you wanted a hoodie though.
You can see there, that is our high hand drawing. Those orbs all filled with various little things that you can win, like some merchandise from Champions Club, some free time, free hotel room, cash prizes. Those are offered to anyone who hits a high hand in the room over a given period of time. HV's quad aces from earlier qualified him. Ethan picking up the pocket 4s and the under the gun straddle.
One call is 35.
Finds a hand to defend with against HV and DZ. Lots of hearts on the board, but DZ with the best of it so far. Improving with an 8 on the flop. We'll just check through, and an open-ended straight draw now for DZ. Got a pretty commanding lock on this hand. I think it will be a bet and take it now.
My best is 35. One fold. 4 fold.
3 fold, 4 fold, 5 raise to 30, 6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
What?
Something's right.
How do we get a walk on the stream? What?
Am I that tight?
I want to stay out of your way now. I'm trying to get more money in there. $35.
$1 for you, Tisch Money.
Oh, on this one?
HV picking up a real one with the ace-jack offsuit will open this hand up. And it's Ethan with another real hand. Ace-10 offsuit and that knit button. Definitely time to get aggressive.
2 fold, 3 fold.
Ethan clicking it on up to 140. With that sizing choice, both players going to be significantly deep going to this flop here. And for any of our newer stream viewers, just means they have a lot of chips behind to play for still compared to the size of the pot. Fairly neutral flop, Queen 9-7 for both of these players. Neither of them more or less likely to have that many of the strongest hands on this board given the open ranges. Pretty indifferent. Board pairing Queen, of course. Ethan choosing to check twice, taking his ace-high showdown value. I think this may just go check, check, check all the way through. Neither player interested in overinflating the pot. May have been a chance that Ethan could have gotten frisky after this pot, but we know that HV likes to find those hero calls, so definitely not a sure thing that he would have found a way to win this pot unless he had absolutely blasted off. Still heads up in this Nick game. Mike and Ethan stuck here. Really not much heat to work with for either player. Hopefully that changes soon.
Five is 36 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold,
Suited 1 gapper for DZ. And for 30, first to act. 12 stays on. Now 6s for Kelly. Trying to do a little set mining. Third blind and straddle also in there. And pretty nice flop for DZ. In position. Flopped the second nuts here. Chance to improve as well. Gut shot straight flush draw. And getting action from 7 deuce. You gotta love it.
Checking the dark.
HV with a few additional outs now. King or a 7 would be good for his hand.
You'll win. Damn. Wow, why did I even call it 30 on the flop?
Did you misread your hand?
I misread my hand. I thought I had 2 pairs. I'm just bad.
I always love the table
I
talk.
just have no outs. Good hand. It's easy when you have it, you know.
Hey, if you're drawing dead, there's still a way to win the hand.
Not any
Bluff.
point in that hand.
It would not have worked.
Saying you know that. Not any point in that hand.
6 fold, 7 fold.
I can try to win the
Fold
pot.
equity is pretty low then?
That would be
Yeah,
tough.
probably like less than 0%.
Would be tough.
That'd be tough. $120.
4 raises to 120.
Through.
580 to 300. We makes it 1,000.
Mike coming in big here with the ace king. DZ had 4-bet. A hand he got 4-bet called from earlier. Mike takes it down, removes the nip button, and picks up dead 420.
Is it 200 or 225?
200.
200, 200.
You gotta love the action from DZ though.
Yeah, definitely choosing to show up today with
You
an
know that
aggressive
I'm light,
mindset.
and then you're gonna
And you
3-bet,
kind of need
4-bet
that
light, and
to
it gets
survive
5-bet.
and thrive at this
Anything
table
like
of
that.
crushers. If you don't get a good distribution of
Any two card,
cards and
basically.
just sit idly by, they will pass you up with their next-gen tricks.
Oh, they stuck together.
I was debating whether I should just rip it
Are we
in and
serious
do
right now?
that.
I got my favorite hand.
So this will be the splash pot courtesy of Ethan.
I know that you know.
That's what you call good poker.
Yeah.
I'd fold ace king if in your shoes.
Trying to help my brother out, Ethan, now, but it's not. I just want to get 4-bet and 5-bet. I'm sorry. I try my best.
It's alright.
Got a little bit
It's
of
a
defense.
respectful 120.
No, that was bad 120. It's like burning money, you know, like where's the lighter and you put the money on there.
8 calls.
Literally.
To be honest, I don't think we were
80.
fighting for it too
Makes
hard.
it 80.
I said I don't think we were fighting for it too hard. We stayed.
Kelly opens to 80.
I don't know who we.
Again, factor in there's a bunch of dead money because of the nit tax, so this 80 sizing really isn't that large.
This time completely justified, I think. His $60 earlier was quite large, but this is pretty reasonable given what's in the middle.
I gave you the first hand.
Noah defends that suited ace and does improve right away on the flop. Backdoor nut flush draw available for Kelly, and I think we'll be seeing action on a club turn, but not a board like this. Noah definitely has the ability to fire now and potentially deny some equity from overcards. He does have showdown value, but I think this is a hand that you'll want to start betting now.
Yeah, and he leads out for 250 and does just take it down. Good recognition by Noah.
A lot of
Knows he more than likely had the best of it there.
If you jam the turn, he might fold. He's holding.
He's never
He say hell no.
How did he make a pair? I had 2 pairs.
Hey,
You had 2 pairs?
he got a point.
The big
He got a point. It's hard to make a pair in this table.
Super hard.
You never want to pull a pair.
Nit buttons immediately back out.
No thanks. Give me
What?
Oh shit.
They just randomly threw you 2.
Fucking holding up the game.
Clock, please.
All 4.
HV, you're not allowed to call clock ever in your life. You are the last person that gets to call clock on people. Last person. When everybody else has called clock once, you're allowed to call clock.
Noah finally speak up. He was finally find his spot.
Tens might get frisky here.
580 to 350.
Gonna be running into it. Suited ace king as the 3-better. Now facing 4-bet.
I mean, no, this is a hand HV is comfortable to just run it with before, has done this before. Choosing to just call, by this point has seen DZ, has been extra aggressive this table. I'm not sure how many of those bluffs have actually been shown down, though.
Yeah, some of these players might be interested in seeing those whole cards post-stream, or maybe some of their friends are sending them some screenshots. No phones allowed at the table, but they can still leave the set and access their phones during stream. It's not with live hands.
C5 bet 150. 2-4 call.
Small C-bet and a call from HV. 2 overs to the board still available.
C4 check.
The turn is out. HV's checked it pretty quickly.
150.
Cannot see it here, but I don't believe the turn is an ace or a king at this point. Another middling low card has hit the board. Oh, no, it is an ace. I saw red, but red ace of hearts on the turn is going to be great news for HV. DZ chooses not to slow down on the turn, going to represent the strongest portions of his 4-betting range, but he's just run right into it at this point. HV never going to be folding ace-king suited this deep into the hand, only losing to ace-jack, aces, jacks, all of which he has removal for except for jacks. Gotta be feeling great if you're HV.
Call.
10 and only a 10 for DZ now, but he does not find it.
HV praying DZ doesn't just check this back and puts it in for him. Does check it back, so HV automatically knows I'm way good. 10's just had showdown value. Gave up.
Might as well have been pocket queens.
Thank you.
Thank you. Luck.
Nearly 5,000 in front of HV now.
Probably just get it.
Probably.
One fold. Two folds. Three folds. Four folds. 5 bets.
150.
That's 150. 7 folds.
I personally believe that Tisch Money's favorite hand is ace-jack.
I'm feeling more of an ace-10 offsuit kind of thing, you know, but close. Definitely similar vibe of hand for sure.
Takes it down. No flop.
Young Ethan sitting back, being patient. Obviously has not had the best of runs of cards tonight. Going to have to be extra patient tonight if he's going to want to make it all back. Ethan not choosing to add on to match the huge stacks at the table. Maybe taking things a bit more slowly, making it easier to get his stack all in the middle. Definitely valid approaches to how deep you want to play the game.
Snow shovel.
What are we doing with snow shovels?
Ask the guy from Denver.
Oh, I don't use snow shovels. That's someone else's job.
You said you had to take.
I didn't even know they had snow shovels.
That was 20 years ago.
When you were young and spry.
Oh, is it snowing
Very much
outside?
so, yeah.
Almost as you do.
Now you're retired.
You gotta cry.
Oh, absolutely. We live in an apartment and love not having any maintenance.
That's what you said.
Time to look at some numbers. Pre-flop raise. Raising when entering the pot. No shock. This game has had plenty of pre-flop aggression. HV leading that department, and story checks out. DZ not far behind. Tisch as well in the 34% range. HV the big winner after that 10s versus ace king, up nearly 2,000. DZ down nearly 1,000, and Ethan down 2,100.
I'm very excited for you. I hope you.
3 players in the red. Everybody else right around break even or up on top.
I remember back in
the guy HV
gets there for snow shovel and that.
in the position he loves being in. Table captain, covering the table.
Snow, you know what I'm saying?
Snow shovel.
Snow shovel.
Usually in command of all of the biggest pots on any given stream.
He's never seen snow before.
Still a bunch of people with their nip buttons here.
I see
Kelly and Noah included.
No.
Ace high, way good on this board right now.
They do now.
Jack 10 with some backdoor potential as
You
well.
have to go really high.
You have
Up.
to go way up north.
No, like high up the mountain.
Yeah.
We get snow every year here now too. So.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Making a move.
It snowed every single year I've been here.
Oh, yeah, I get to give it to you.
Move's gonna work instantly as well. Quickly taking it down.
I flush, double gutter. I'm not certain.
I think that's the best play I've seen all day. Seriously.
If you were to see Kelly at your local 1-3 game out on the floor, you might try to even put him in kind of that OMC category, thinking he's just only playing the nuts all the time, but then you see him make some moves like that and you're like, all right, this guy's he's ready to get in the streets.
There's some other stuff going on, I think, with Kelly. He's got more creative moves in the arsenal for sure. Tale as old as time tonight. HV is raising and DZ is 3 or 4 betting. This time with King Jack suited.
I love my suit.
Got to target the fish, right?
Definitely on the best seat.
You have to target the fish somehow, right? But then don't make it so obvious every hand. You know, I told you, don't bluff a donkey because he don't know. He might get confused and just click the call button. You know?
I love the dynamic already between HV and DZ.
Pretty action flop for these two players. They've been clashing a lot tonight. HV, of course, backdoor royal draw, front door flush draw. Top pair good kicker as well, available for DZ. DZ has a lot of really ugly turn cards, like the 8 of hearts, for example. HV gets there right away, DZ drawing only to one of the last few kings in the deck, or another 8, repairing the board. But it doesn't come, and I think HV had a chance to lead, but chose not to take it, and DZ will get away with as few drops of blood drawn as possible. Another pot going HV's way, though.
You click the call button 4 times now, and it's been top boat, top set, top, and a flush. And you folded the other 2 times.
You have a problem with that?
No. I just
okay.
no problem. It's just I haven't seen you get confused once.
I did get confused. Against him, I got confused.
HV does get confused when he actually has it. He's used to not having hands.
That I realized I don't get confused anymore.
Huh?
Yeah.
I got straight.
I realized on the real when I see the
You never see that straight coming, man. 5 raise 30.
DZ's gonna try it again. This time ace jack off. And aces for Ethan. He's thinking, finally, been running so bad. How am I possibly gonna lose this one now? Clicks it to 120. Ethan, the effective stack.
I was gonna say, don't do what you're thinking about right now, DZ.
But we knew it was coming.
Yeah, he's been aggressive all night, and I mean, you gotta love it. He's been applying maximum pressure to everybody at all opportunities. That's what you gotta do in this game, but sometimes it will bite you in the tail, especially when Ethan wakes up with the goods. And a lot of players kind of freak out in this spot and just think, well, my opponent has to have kings or queens or ace king, so I just have to put it in. But certainly not the case. Still got plenty of money behind. Want to give your opponent a little bit of rope to hang themselves with. King high flop gonna be good for DZ's perceived range. So c-bet definitely possible. We have seen DZ check back a couple of times tonight on boards that are good for him, but he is just going to put in the continuation. Looks like 200. 150 actually announced.
One call.
Yeah, really solid stuff here from Ethan so far, giving his opponent as many chances as possible to put in the money for him. board-bearing king could potentially be a bit spooky for Ethan. Definitely not his favorite card, losing now to ace-king, king-queen, king-jack, which DZ has certainly proven capable of 4-betting with tonight, but we'll just go check-check.
Do you think Ethan continues to check here, or is he going to be worried about some checks?
I think we're going to see one of those weird... No, he does check. I can't speculate. I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he put in one of those weird small blocker bets there, targeting hands like queens, jacks, tens, that sort of thing. But doesn't matter. Rightful owner of the pot is Ethan. Will not have to pay out the net tax this time through. Good for him.
Did you get confused?
I like the way Ethan played the hand all the way through. Give his opponent every chance possible to hang himself. Probably got the only bad turn card in the deck, all things considered, but really not too shabby. Nice pot taken down. Aces versus ace-jack. It definitely takes some discipline, but just being a little more patient, even when you've got the goods, especially against aggressive players, will pay dividends in the long run. Give them the chance to hang themselves and telegraph the strength of their own hand for you. Ethan and his computer brain know that, of course. We'll never know what Ethan folded, but that's okay.
Suited ace-jack. It folds around to the big blind here. And another suited ace-jack is going to 3-bet it.
Kind of get worried a little bit. I have to look at you when I raise. Good call.
Thank you. Free call.
You got me.
See if anybody can get a free roll here or just use position. No, it's going to be a chop.
80.
I mean, both players are pretty deep, so I can definitely understand if one or both of them will be freaked out if all the chips go in the pot, but they both have top, so certainly not going to see anything too out of line here on this flop. Definitely going to see bet call, probably another bet call given the turn. Neither player is drawing live at the hand. This will be a chop unless one of the two of them folds. And I don't think Mike is the type of guy who's going to be folding top pair, top kicker on this board to a player like HV, and I don't think he should either.
Yeah, there aren't many rivers now that would get one of these players to fold this. There could be some crazy action, 3-bet turn or something, but
yeah, maybe the only card that I think could draw some kind of concern from either player would maybe be a hand like or a card like the 10 of diamonds, something like that, but 99% of the time, I think this should just be a pretty easy set of showdown values for the two players. The only other thing to consider now with the Queen of Diamonds on the board is if HV was semi-bluffing with a hand like Ace-King, he did just get there, so has the ability to blast it, but plenty of showdown value. No need to do that. And it will just be a chop. Obviously, if HV had seen Mike's cards, he would know to blast away on the river, but really no point in doing something like that on the Queen of Diamonds. Even though you do have the range advantage, you have plenty of showdown value. You don't really have to turn your hand into a bluff, beating plenty of other combos of value. Except for maybe Queen Jack, Queen 10, but all the same, good work from both players.
Ethan, come back.
Give me that card. 7 fold. 8 fold.
Nope.
1 fold.
40.
folds to Kelly on the button. He's got 10s and comes in for 40.
3, 4 fold. 5 calls 40.
Suited gapper in the third blind will defend.
One of those rare times where DZ's not choosing to be as aggressive, actually. He's been aggressive all day with basically every hand he's had, but he's not deep enough, I think, to play that same super aggro style of poker that he's been doing all night. And good news for him is that he missed this board because Kelly has absolutely smashed it with middle set of 10s. Should be pretty easy for him to take this down. I'll be interested to see how DZ adapts to his now small stack depth, right? And of course, in a 1-3 game, even 1-3-6, it's, you know, having $1,300 in front of you is no small chunk of change. But given the way that this game plays, given that there are double straddles in play pretty frequently, only being 100 bigs deep or 200 bigs deep is not that much in the grand scheme of things. DZ wants to continue applying the pressure he's been doing all night, likely going to need to either top up or win it all back the hard way. Curious to see what he decides to do.
Yeah, we've already seen some of his 3-bets or 4-bet sizings to be around 400. And so if you're only playing 1,300, it is definitely easy to get the chips in, but changes the dynamic in your range a little bit.
Not it. Best hand.
Well, yeah.
Why are you shaking your head though? It's best hand though. Guarantee he's gonna flop a set with that too.
Maybe quads.
Maybe quads.
You could have a little red ball.
I need it to be a little bit later. 4-bet.
Wait, what? Later 4-bet?
Yeah.
Like the end of the stream? 4-bet?
Like,
What do you mean by later 4-bet?
I mean, clearly people are treating my under the gun opens like I'm on the fucking button. So.
You just realized that?
Yeah. Just realized.
I've been knowing this for years.
There's a difference?
Does it matter?
Honestly, I don't even know if I know the answer to that question.
And guess who's back again? It is pocket 10s.
Any position.
Another hand, another set of 10s incoming. 10s and Jack 10 looking to go heads up. Unless Kelly folds, then it won't go heads up. Taking it down.
No need to get there again.
Reaching the climax of our Nick game now. We've got a one-on-one showdown between DZ and Noah. DZ definitely been the more aggressive of the two players tonight. Noah kind of been really handicapped, or really handcuffed rather, by his seat. He's been at the receiving end of a bunch of HV 3-bets, a bunch of DZ 3 and 4-bets. Pretty hard to play anything except the nuts in that configuration. So tough night for him so far as well, not being able to take advantage of the situation very often.
DZ opens and Noah folds, but hard for DZ to get rid of the nip button here and doesn't have to
That's fair.
continue.
That is fair.
Yeah, luckily,
Noah's already out of the way.
Yeah, he's got one of the best defenders in the business in Mo on his left, so Noah maybe has a bit more time and now has positioned this hand.
It's gonna be a pocket for us.
Get rid of the 7 out of 4. That's it.
This spot I haven't seen 7-4 yet, so I don't have to go crazy.
I've seen it once, but.
I folded it on the button, so I'm certain they gave me the little woohoo, whatever, the meow.
So far tonight, seems like HV and DZ have kind of been the stars of the show as far as action goes, at least.
If I remember correctly, at least
Speaking of action, we're about to get it. HV wakes up with jacks, and DZ with the nip button wakes up with ace king next to go.
Oops. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Don't let him know that I'm folding that. Come on.
6 deuce accidentally exposed. Not going to change much for the jacks or the ace king.
I think we're going to see them get it all in pre here.
It's up to you.
So they are going to run it out twice. HV deferring to DZ, but only the natural board, the first run out, will be good for the nip button. Amazing flop for the jacks.
You need to hit that. I have a pair. I just thought you have it.
Gets their river. Nick game will be over. See if DZ can
I'm losing this
scoop at this point.
Space?
HV trying to think of all the ways he can lose this hand.
He said spades.
One more queen would do it too. Oh,
How about
wow.
an ace? Rivered it twice. So DZ not only ends the net game, but gets a full double off of 2 runouts. Just like that, HV's lead on the night cut nearly in half, was up 2,000, now up 940, and DZ climbing back to even. Ethan stuck 1,700. Mike, break even. Noah right around that mark too. Kelly, Mo, and Tish up a couple hundred each.
Yeah, so far everything has evened out for the first portion of the stream.
Two rivers. That's crazy.
Splash pot being paid out, courtesy of Noah. $225 to go this time.
Oh, no.
Playing the progressive Nick game, so this bounty that everyone has to pay gets higher and higher as the night goes on.
Understandable as the stacks get deeper and at least some of the players have to get stuck as the night progresses, so they don't mind the stakes. Yeah.
More pain for the short stacks, though, for sure. As the progressive Nick game becomes a larger percentage of your stack, you're more likely to gamble with it.
And here's some gamble.
How about gamble with deuces? I don't think Mike's going to call, but he had the best chance to here.
Nice sense.
Have to send that one to Brent Hanks. Loves the Mallards. Just jamming for value.
Mallards mash the all-in button, get what they want, which is no action.
And look at this.
I don't think I've ever jammed with pocket deuces, tournament or no, and wanted a call. Truly, ever. I've definitely jammed with that hand before, but I've literally never felt good being called.
Okay.
At least not when it's just deuces. But yeah, honestly, even as a set, it's underperforms a little bit.
Just a little.
Check.
HV giving action and might think that he's got a draw here, but those clubs are covered.
Yeah, Queen of Clubs would have been nasty, nasty card for these two. Maybe going to see a bet and a call here. HV probably thinks his clubs are good. DZ with a crushing lead so far. And
There's your Queen of Clubs.
Bad timing here for HV to make the flush. Second nut flush here for DZ. Gonna go for some value. How about big? I'd like to see like 250, something like that. Overbet the pot. Make HV curious. Probably will get the action as well.
Yeah, pot's so small too, he might even go more than that, but no, just goes.
Is that 250?
Might be even a little bit under, yeah,
240.
240.
I feel so vindicated. Chose the perfect sizing, gets the maximum value from the baby flush. Nice hand.
Flush? Damn.
Set up.
Flush over flush.
DZ choosing the absolute perfect value sizing, gets the max.
Hurry up, fold him.
Do it.
You should get the button back to him.
Six raises, 45, 7 fold, 2 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
And the black aces are back. This time they're Noah's. Mike will be giving action to him. Heads up we go. Some straight potential available for Mike. Backdoor draw on the table as well with the Jack of Hearts in his hand. Red ace would be disaster for Noah. Red 10 of hearts, also probably not Noah's favorite card. Mike actually going to lead out on this turn here. Noah with black aces, and he's just going to let it go. Mike gets the bluff through. Gets him to fold right away.
Jack Queen.
Seven raise 35. 8 fold. 1 fold, 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Mo kicking it up with the ace-jack offsuit. Will get called by a smattering of other Broadway cards. And the draggers as well. Threes, somehow the best hand on the flop and on the turn. 2 pair now for HV. And it's Noah who's actually going to be taking the lead here with the king-queen high. HV does make this call here on the turn though. Doesn't think about it for too long, but 2 pair 3s and 6s no longer good on the river. King and a queen good for Noah. And Noah chucking out 140 is going to get paid by HV. King Queen good for the whole pot. Finally, a little bit of momentum maybe going to build in Noah's direction after a couple of tough hands.
Scott. So everybody likes the new start time or what?
I think I like the start time, man.
It's better, yeah.
Yeah, because you don't have to deal with traffic.
Traffic is way better, yeah.
Tisch with ace queen here. First to act and
2 or 3 hours after.
goes to 40 with it. 8s again for Kelly.
2 calls.
Suited ace 10 on the button, also putting in the call.
3 calls. 4, 5, 6 fold.
Blinds and straddles out of the way. So 3 players to the flop. And what a flop for Tisch here. No pair, just the nut flush draw though. 8's in position with the best of it and checks to Kelly, so.
Yeah, Kelly betting out now to deny equity from overcard combos, just like what Tisch Money has. But Tisch Money's got a hand that he's willing to play for stacks with. Backdoor straight draw, 2 overs, nut flush draw, really what's not to like? I mean, maybe a lot of things, but I personally would like this hand quite a lot.
Yeah, you may want to build the pot here. Not too much out there yet, given what they have behind, so he is reaching for additional chips.
450, 350. 650 is quite the number. Definitely a big pip up from Kelly's small c bet here, or rather Kelly's small lead on this turn.
Yeah, Kelly led out thinking he had the best made hand, and
Nice.
Tisch with that sizing
I was gonna
almost
three-bet
feels
this
like
one, but I was respecting your under the gun open this time.
he already has his hand, doesn't have a draw.
Yeah, Tisch not really wanting to have to win that pot by making the draw, made it a unaffordable price and got the desired result, which was a fold.
The entire way through, pre-flop to the flop.
Glad an ace didn't hit the flop. You would have got some from it.
12 on.
Button open from HV, the suited ace-6 and 10s now for Mo. 3 bets to 140. Worst ace in the deck, in my opinion, but it is suited and it is in position, so HV appeals to a flop.
Yeah, at this point we're playing the ace high flush draw, not our ace with our kicker.
One big, too little on the flop with 2 clubs, and
Start with 2K.
Mo leads out for 100.
Let's see if HV plays his favorite hand, which is the backdoor draws. Both kinds available, backdoor straight and flush draw potential. 4 or 5 diamonds one time for HV's dream situation. Or just a 5, that'll work too. Gut shot now available for HV. And Mo, getting looked up, may think that he is running into a couple of square value portions of HV's range, like Queen X, so we'll choose to check.
And if HV is going to go for a river bluff, it's better to start bluffing on the turn, so he looks at this check as an opportunity to steal.
Betting 375 now with the intention of setting up a jam on the river. Going to be about 1200 in the middle by the time we get there, which is enough for HV to stick it in. Doesn't get there. Another over available. Obviously HV knowing that ace-6 high, no good, but I think this run out was just too poor to potentially pull the trigger on. Not going to be able to take it down.
One more bullet.
Yeah, no club, no king, river. I think there's still plenty of rivers that HV does fire, but...
And if we fire for all of it, I think. Only way to get a hand like 10 is to fold.
Another suited ace-6 getting in there. This time from Mike.
No nip. Trying to get 4s again.
One call.
Oh shit, I have a 1 mixed in with my whites.
Yeah, what?
I just made $99.
Hell yeah.
I had a black mixed in with my whites.
One check. One
Right, so that means that
Just the thought that counts.
3, 4.
Nut flush draw was looking to bet. Ethan saw that look and immediately folded.
There's 2 cards there.
Ooh, sticky.
Yep.
The don't go game.
3 fold, 4 raises, 35, 5 and 6 fold, 7, 8 fold.
We're getting in a lot of hands today, I think. Playing pretty fast. They just played good.
Because we ate him.
Yeah. Feeling really fast today.
1 call, 2 call.
One less donkey to get through.
Can you scan your card, please?
Did you purposely leave Craig at home, or what?
I forgot it, to be honest.
1 checks.
That's the honest truth.
2 checks.
I was in a rush on the way home. On the way out, I was doing some chores and then forgot it.
I thought maybe he's bad luck now, and you're punishing him for a while.
No. You know, man, you gotta
check
check
raise
There's bad patches.
from Ethan here. Bottom pair and the dry ace. Probably planned on putting that to use.
Sometimes you gotta, well,
Another diamond or two. Peel off.
I think so.
2. HV's got 1.
Oh,
Pair of knit buttons still involved.
HV, the boot camp.
Heads up between Kelly and HV.
We'll go over splash font material too.
Alright, let's do this.
Kelly in the third blind and HV just a blind raise to a quarter.
25.
For the first 4 hours of each stream, we do limit the number of straddles, especially now that we've adopted the 3 blind format for most games here. The last hour of each stream, though, no limit on the number of straddles. So sometimes we do see straddles all the way to the button.
Me and the best.
Heads up. A specific heads up format we've seen a lot tonight. HV versus DZ after a DZ 3-bet. King Jack gets there and gets action. A float from HV, the ace 10.
4 checks.
Can't imagine DZ slowing down here. Presence of a flush draw. Some connectivity as well, but yeah. Continued aggression does just take it down. Nick game continues.
Coming in?
Yeah, actually it comes on at 7:30, but I'll just have the pre-game play.
Blue deck, Scott?
Yeah, blue.
Were ones not scanning before? Were they not scanning? I don't know. Sometimes it's usually what it is.
I was just told to switch out. They gave me no details.
Oh, it's like the Secret Service. Just do what you're told, not why.
Adding 13, 50.
C4 adds 1350.
It's an oddly specific number. Why is that?
I don't know.
Just feeling 1350?
It's the 154.
Or why'd you leave out 150? That's the other question.
That's the secret, guys. It's on page 9.
Between you and production, huh?
It's on page 9 if you want to look at it.
5 fold, 6 fold.
Ace 9, HV's Guide to Poker. HV's Guide to Crushing Live Streams.
No, no crushing.
40.
Donkey.
2 raises to 40. 3 fold. 4 calls.
$75.
2 bets, 75. Calls.
$225.
2 bets, 225.
HV turns a gut shot and he's sticking around with the king 5, which now bricks out. The front door flush finally comes in.
800.
And Kelly not slowing down. Just takes it here. Gotta love the action from him. Ends the Nick game there.
Good. I take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Also why probably
Wait a minute,
HV was willing to float there a little bit more than usual.
Just dawned on me.
Get a little sticky.
Good play for you.
That's how I
Because
take
you
it.
get people confused.
Yes. That's really my only goal in poker, is to give my opponents pause.
Don't get the donkeys too confused here, though. Start, like,
I didn't say there wasn't a downside.
they're gonna start charging at you and then like biting and shit. I don't know, man. Gotta be careful with these donkeys.
7 calls. 8 calls. 1 fold.
Call.
2 calls. 3 calls.
250.
4 raises. 250. 5 calls.
Aces again involved here. Definitely seen them dealt out quite a few times here tonight. HV doing aces a favor. But this is all the action for the hand we can see. Tisch is going to choose a sizing, and that'll be that.
All right, so call 250, 700.
Yep.
Well, okay, good, thank you. All right, I'll get out of the way. Y'all have fun.
2 fold. 3 fold.
I think HV has seen this trick enough times from Tisch Money to understand the range he's representing. I wonder if he thinks King 10 is good enough to float, but he knows it's not. We'll just make the fold. Perhaps a frustrated fold.
250 was the raise, and he raised to 700. Oh yeah, that was 250, yes.
Folds all the way around to the small blind, and our usual suspects are doing usual suspect things. It's HV and DZ who are likely going to be involved in a big hand together. Mike opening it up, HV choosing to just call, underrepresenting his hand, and then DZ putting on the squeeze here to 250.
I've been in the splash pot streets, man.
I don't know what you have.
The splash pot lab. The splash pot lab.
HV and DZ about equal stacks here. DZ with the best hand still. Sad board for his exact hand though, but also pretty sad board for HV.
Still can't believe you got 10 calls.
Another backdoor situation.
I was offended, to be honest.
Must have been cop.
That was Matt.
The opposite of cough. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Matt snapped Kevin off with Queen Jack O at the end, but
HV choosing to get curious, stick around.
bullshit, man.
Maybe willing to go for some kind of Hail Mary bluff on the turn. I can definitely see single heart rolling off on the turn, or maybe a 6 or an 8 rolling off, and HV choosing to turn his hand into a bluff, but
he felt it coming. Well,
nothing changes at all on the turn
If
here.
he felt it coming, if he felt it coming,
The good news
he's
for
so calm.
HV, though, is DZ also probably doesn't feel that great about this run out, holding the black ace and black queen.
You're just taking them. No, don't trust yourself.
But nice, clean, professional bet from DZ. Continue to tell the story that he's got an overpair. Finds the double barrel and gets the fold out of HV.
I wish I was paying attention in that one.
Really nice bet there.
Double barrel?
Might usually think it's okay just to give up on that turn, but it's basically impossible for you to win that hand on the river if you relinquish the betting lead. Can't really call anything with ace queen high on that particular board.
Oh yeah.
So he would know basically exactly where he's at after the result of that turn bet, and I think that was good work from DZ.
Nope. We are adjusting.
Eight calls. 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold.
80.
Tisch just calling the straddle up front. The suited ace wheel, and now HV out of the small blind. Goes to 80 with the ace 10-0.
4.
Fuck, dude, that's what I was gonna
King Jack 3 bets and takes it down.
Fuck. At least it stayed. I mean, it's probably
HV probably starting to feel a little bit of frustration given how these last few hands have gone. Definitely been unfortunate, uncomfortable spots he's been put into. Profit eroding away. And I love HV, but a lot of the table also happens to love a tilted HV, so if we get that far, I'm sure we'll see some true fireworks.
One raise the third.
Hopefully it doesn't come to that for HV as a person, but would be good for the stream.
Red 9's up front for Ethan. Comes in for 30, and suited ace wheel for DZ. Of course, he's gonna lift it up. 150 to go.
I think I still like
In position, card dead and running bad. Ethan with 9s. Never folding here.
Adding 2.
Reevaluate on the flop here. King high board.
Punish me.
Good for a continue from DZ. Even out of position.
Wrong color for his, or wrong suit rather, for his exact hand. Red, but not the diamond variety.
And just one over to the 9, so Ethan can't go anywhere yet, especially for the small standard C-bet. Board pairs.
3 of clubs completely indifferent for both of these players. Neither of them are really capable of having a 3 in hand, at least not that often. Very few combos of ace-3 suited left in the ranges. Don't know if I love this give up here from DZ. Not even necessarily to be results oriented, he's just only going to see his opponent continue with his best hands. Can potentially clear out some more of Ethan's hand with bets on the turn, but does just give up and take his showdown. I think when he gets called on that flop, his hand is essentially never good, especially not by that river, so I would have loved to see at least a second barrel somewhere in that hand, maybe the river with the second over coming out.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I think, maybe even just testament to player profiling and game flow, where if that was against HV, maybe he does continue to barrel on the turn. But out of position against Ethan, he knows that Ethan's been pretty card dead, not as active as HV and some of the other players have been, so maybe it was just that specific configuration that he decided to shut down there.
Yeah, thinking it's just less likely that he's going to find the fold button.
Yeah. In the classic story.
This kid just does not slow down. I mean, really, he's found cold 4-bets with some funny hands, and 7-6 of clubs is a very funny hand to find a 4-bet with. He just gets Ethan to lay down 10s behind. This is the beauty of this, honestly, hyper-aggressive play style. He gets a hand that's absolutely crushing him to fold. He gets 10s to fold up front. It's just the beauty of aggressive poker. DZ really putting on a clinic for that tonight. Yeah. I would love to see his PFR when we get there at the end of the stream. Even if he shuts down right now, that number is still probably going to be really high relative to his peers. Good work from him. Him and HV leading the pack in that department.
What? A break?
How long is the break going to be?
10 minutes.
What do we
10
gotta
minutes,
do?
they know.
Restroom.
What's happening? What do we got to do?
Yeah, this is 4 on my leg, yeah.
So players are talking about how the production team is going to be taking a quick 10-minute break, but not us and not you. They just kind of cut out a portion of the delay, so there's no break in the action, but a quick break for the players and dealers and production crew.
God, you're here.
Bit of a skeleton crew this evening.
Welcome in, Chris. You saw me jam with
And then we are going to be going 9-handed as well here. One of our
Did it work?
chat regulars, and I would still say stream semi-regular. Chris is going to be joining us in the 9 seat.
Different Chris, not this one.
Did the deuces
Yeah.
work?
It did. It got the fold.
Looks like he's going to be coming in for 2,000. But Kelly right here right now, he's coming in for 450 and takes it down pre-flop.
He's tired of this junk. You've seen the kid 3-bet too many times, decides to put his foot down. And I mean, it's another testament to the aggression that DZ's been showing all night. Noah had a hand next to act with Queen Jack suited and just can't do anything because of how aggressive DZ's been all night. Can't play Queen Jack suited as a 4-bet, or rather, obviously you can play any hand any way you want, but people who try and play the game optimally, like Noah does, you know, knows it's not a good spot to play hands like that. So really making life tough for those on the left of DZ.
So he's not coming waiting.
No, like ship it back to you.
Give the button back.
Oh crap, I nearly took yours.
Where it's continuous. So but give the button back so we don't get confused.
Can definitely see the similarities between DZ and his good friend Slick Rick there.
Let him play that he puts in
Very aggressive
the
play style.
No, he just has
takes the button or he doesn't play.
That's the way it's always been.
Oh, okay, well if it's always been that way, then all right. I'm gonna call.
Kelly just calling with the ace-8, but he might not call this next bet.
Oh, that is a fair point. But that, I mean, if we
Raise incoming from the straddle. Kings for Mike.
That's necessary.
And actually, you've got some time because
In 10 minutes, we're going to break.
Yeah.
Or like 6 minutes.
225 to go now.
Yeah.
Smoke break.
Tisch, give me 10 blacks.
Huh?
Give me 10 blacks.
Oh, yeah.
I call.
Sounds like HV's calling. Getting change made for one of those yellow birds.
Use them well.
HV exclusively going set mining here, and DZ doing the same thing. Everybody's got the same idea except for Mike. Mike, obviously, with the best hand.
When my good friend
HV and DZ just choosing to
Still thinking of the king
set up the set mining operation.
No, I was thinking that particular
Operation
hand I had, I
failed
just
on the
folded.
flop. 10 high flop, gonna be clean as a whistle for Mike here. Going to be able to take this pot down with a C-bet most of the
I had the
time.
best hand there. You never know.
3-bet 600. 4 fold.
Yeah, easy fold here for HV and DZ, nip button or no.
All right.
Mike is clearly not messing around with that sizing,
Back to
at
0.
least on the flop.
Tell them? If they don't throw this, do I tell them? And no.
Yeah.
As long as they turn the hand over.
As long as they
The only
show.
thing you're talking about is the cards. If they muck their cards, you just put that in the muck. But if they show their hand, it doesn't matter if they forget to give the nip button back. And actually, you remind them to give the nip button back. But if they don't, obviously don't remind them if they don't show their cards.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, don't do
And
that.
swipe them fast, too. You know.
Yeah,
Court-
but whether
Make
they
sure
throw
the-
their nip button in or not doesn't really matter.
Make sure the
I mean,
folding
it only
motion has
matters
been
when
done. We don't want any.
There's been some weird instances of dealers like forgetting to grab cards or grabbing them super slowly. People like grabbing them out of the.
It only.
Yeah.
The only thing about the nip button is it could be an angle, right? If they like got rid of their nip button, but they kept it so people thought they had a nip button. That's the only issue with that.
8 fold, 1 fold. Don't worry. As soon as I can get rid of mine, that shit's going in.
I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried even a little bit.
Well, this time the kid's got it. He's got a pair of 9s. We'll open it up.
180.
4 raises to 180.
And sometimes you can just tell, even before the cards had been placed on HV, you could tell that he was ready to do something with his hand there. Already clearly looked at his cards, ready to get the action going. So, depending on how much DZ and maybe other table mates have been paying attention, I think they should recognize HV definitely has a hand here. This isn't a for fun squeeze. And Mike getting really, really frisky after winning with the Kings. Going to be calling with 3 high. Diaper hand shows up to the flop.
3 checks.
Great flop for the 9s here. 2 overs, but a paired board. Less likely that that over is in anyone's range.
4 bets, 375. Fold. 3 fold.
9's making the standard call here, and no punishment for him here on this turn. Gonna be pretty clean. HV still with the noticeable range advantage.
850.
Under the gun straddles usually do not squeeze particularly light. Usually it is going to be the strongest of hands in range most of the time. There are supposed to be some bluffs there in GTO, but let's be honest, they're not that common. So big continuation bet from HV is basically screaming that he's done this with the top of his range, jacks, queens, kings, aces, that sort of thing.
Yeah, this turn bet really just saying that DZ is either way behind or way ahead.
I think he's going to fold too, looking back at his cards. We'll see.
I mean, facing this bet here and what's already in the middle, you know that you're essentially playing for stacks river. You're a portion of the time HV can give up, but given the game flow so far, you just know that HV is capable of barreling. So yeah, check very quickly.
Nice pot there for DZ. The really lame part for DZ about that hand is he's basically forced into making that exact action on the turn. If he's going to continue, jamming is basically useless because you will only get called by hands better than you, and you'll get ace king high to fold, which you're currently beating, or ace queen high, or some other strange bluff. So
yeah, you're calling turn to
pray,
hope for
pray
a check.
for a clean river.
Yeah. You're hoping to check behind.
Yeah, it's not a fun situation to pray for no barrel on the river, or pray for no ace or king or queen or what have you on the river. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and DZ, having played many hands with HV, obviously has come to play. He knows what he's doing. He's making right moves at the right time. We haven't seen the leaderboard in a while, but DZ definitely up now. Probably our big winner at the moment.
Yeah, now the table captain covering the rest of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Was HV's job not too long ago. King high flop for HV in the board pairs. 7-4 obviously gets there.
$220.
4 bets, 220. And 6 fold.
Is that Mo's button or Tish's button over there?
No,
Oh, okay, it's Tish. Yeah. Well, yeah, I just didn't realize.
There had to be a no end Tish heads up nickname. He won his first stream. Let's be real.
This is it.
this your first heads up this game?
It was, yeah.
Like five net games in.
Yeah.
Significantly longer than the average
Running good.
Tisch to heads up time.
Running good.
3 fold, 4
Oh
fold.
my god, you guys are making it so fucking easy.
5 calls. 6 checks. Check, check. 5 check. 6 check. 5 bets 50.
Man, 2 more, Eric.
C4, add 2 more thousand. And fold.
Ridiculous.
Go.
Good D. I would have felt kind of bad, but a straight walk would have been
That would've
so
been
cool. You just stand up
dirty.
and just straight walk.
That would've been fucking dirty. It's happened to Noah before. Remember that?
Oh, I think I was the one who did it. You guys all groaned.
You gave him a walk?
Oh, I gave somebody a walk. I don't remember who it was.
I accidentally gave one person a walk and didn't hear about it, or didn't stop hearing about it for the next like 4 hours.
You can never just give
Well, you guys were more polite to me when I did
I
it.
didn't realize it was heads up in the Nick game.
Maybe it's because you were due.
Yeah. This is the only second time I've been on the stream.
1 fold.
40.
2 raised to 40.
And I'm not as familiar with the knit button as you guys are.
3 raised to 150. 4 fold, 5 fold.
450.
6 raised to 450. 7 fold.
4-bet from Noah from pretty standard 3-bet and 4-bet candidate here, the King Queen. But just going to be running into it this time. Similar to the Ace 5s of the world, the King Queen has some decent blocking properties
Maybe not.
and performs better taking aggression. Semi-bluff candidate, but when facing this, you definitely just shrivel up.
Ace King offsuit.
Dude,
Wow.
you felt that?
Kelly, no.
That's not gonna happen.
I've got a 3-bet and a 4-bet, and either the money's all.
I literally would have done a monkey tilt if you folded ace king and then he folded.
No, it just rolls over.
Oh, well, that I get, but I
Rolls
mean,
over the ace 4.
there's no. I don't think I'm ahead of you. Is my guess. I mean, maybe I was.
That is exactly what was gonna happen.
I think.
Hey guys, after this hand, it's break time.
Okay, okay.
Fish, I don't mean to give you a heart attack.
God.
I mean, maybe
I
I'm
don't think
wrong.
you should have told him he folded that.
He would have seen it sooner or later.
He's going to have an aneurysm over there.
I'm gonna be like.
Is that 2K? No, Tish.
I'm gonna be.
I don't think I made a bad fold.
I don't think you did either.
I don't think I did either.
2K.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And I've made plenty bad folds. I made bad calls
4
too.
raised 35, 5 calls, 6 folds, 7 folds, 8 call.
Believe me, I'll be watching that hand on the stream.
Okay. And 4 bets 55, 5 folds.
What's the 15-minute break?
Tish getting pretty lucky here.
You don't have to take off your mic. Too late.
Defends straddle, heads up in the Nick game, and flops bottom 2. It's a type of bottom 2 that definitely needs some protection though, especially 2-spade flop.
HV with the 10 of spades also. Backdoor royal draw, backdoor straight draw potential. HV knows that Tish is heads up in the Nick game too, so I think this is going to make it much more likely that he will get called by HV. Lots of draws available on this board as well. Kind of annoying to be in that spot where you don't know if turning a spade is good or bad for your hand, but HV has... his hand has dual properties that make it definitely worthwhile to continue. No backdoor straight draw available. Only a king or a 10 left in the deck to save HV from this annoying spot. Interesting check here by Tisch Money. Definitely could have chosen to double barrel off, but this is just going to get HV to continue to barrel, which, gotta say, I like to see that. If we can see the double check raise here from Tisch Money, that would be, let's call it frustrating for HV. It's kind of hard to proceed and understand how to proceed when you face the yield double check raise line.
Yeah, rarely do you get to see it, but
now's the time. 1,000? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he definitely wants to put it in here.
1100?
As far as the raise, the double check raise.
He does just call, though. Interesting. I would have expected a raise for sure on this turn. I know the double check raise is a very underplayed line, but maybe one of those applicable spots deny equity from other draws.
Yeah, and spades come in now. Not the river that Tisch was looking for.
Not really the river HV was looking for either, though. I think this is just going to go check, check. I wonder what Tisch does on this river here. It looks like he's contemplating a lead, but how much value does a lead get? It's a blocker, so a block lead. Very small amount.
Does get it paid, though. Probably not the hand that HV was expecting to see here. Look at the numbers here. After that one, it's actually Tisch on top. 2,500, nearly 2,600 for him. Nearly 2,000 for DZ. Plenty of hundreds for a couple other players in the green. Mo, Mike, and Kelly. 3 players in the hole, and Chris is still sitting out here. He came in after the net game was already on, so we're playing the splash pot right now, and then Chris will be dealt in. Heads up here between some suited kings, splash pot in effect, and worst kicker has the flush draw now.
225.
This is much closer to third pot bet on the flop. Got to factor in the additional splash pot money. You won't see that reflected in the graphics, so this pot is actually much closer to 1275, and then it is the backdoor flush draw instead, and both kings get there, but kicker does play for Kelly.
May have got you on the
They just take that. Yeah, had it the whole way.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of the frustration building in HV's body language there. It's just been a rough last hour and a half. About lots of unfortunate hands, coolers, whatever you'd like to call them. Lots of tough spots, that's for sure.
It's yours.
Yeah, huge game of momentum, and HV feels like he's been losing all of that and can't pick that momentum back up that he did have. If you've played any sort of volume within this game, you've definitely been there as well.
Probably me more than.
Yeah, swinging from up almost a couple thousand, almost 2,000 at the high point, to down about 4 or 5 definitely hurts. Big variance, especially when the big straddles are on for this match to stack game.
Ever. 40.
Sixes in for 40. First to act. HV trying to get something going with the suited queen jack. Goes to 120. Rare fold from DZ. A suited ace. Finally doesn't 4-bet HV.
But I think that might be because the open actually came from Kelly in this instance, right? So he's not just 3-betting HV, he's 3-betting a HV in position of someone else who may have a slightly tighter range. The whole table did just hear that Kelly folded ace-king pre-flop, so that's definitely going to influence a lot of their actions for the rest of the game. Hard to believe that he's not telling the truth, per se. Usually poker players pretty honest about stuff like that. Unless your name is Vegas Viet. Shout out to my man.
Yeah, will always say that he had...
It just can't be his exact
something,
hand.
Yeah. I've seen him show down a hand and still say that he had something different than what he had.
That's impressive.
Yeah, a couple times he's done that. Or tried to.
What?
That easy. Good game, good game. What?
Thank you.
Good game. I knew it was going to be a hard game as soon as you folded that ace.
What ace? Huh?
That's the only hand I saw, and I was like, okay, yeah, everyone can bluff Tisch.
Got him adding one more. Just got one more.
Oh, what do you have?
I don't know.
Better hand, right? Oh, shit. Oops.
But I lost like $2 because I didn't fold that last time. So you're a good fold in the long run.
I had assumptions.
Yeah.
Always got to act on your assumptions.
We had a fold up to 8. Fold. Call. In 1 9.
Chris choosing to just limp it in with the 4-5 offsuit will be punished by a Kelly raise and a Mike call, but Chris still in there. It is Kelly who flops best with the pair of queens, but all clubs on the board. Definitely a strange spot for everybody. No one really that interested in piling much money onto the board. Second ace does peel off. Probably makes Chris and Kelly both feel better about their hands. Neither player is likely to hold an ace now. And a good laydown by Chris.
Pretty far behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carolina apparently has made it to the conference finals 3 times with their head coach, and they've never won a game. They've gotten swept, and now they're down twice, and now they're down 3.
Is it always 7 game series? They're like best
Ooh.
of 7?
You're going to be popular.
The coach is 0-11 with Florida in conference finals. 0-11. And they're down 3. They're down 3-0.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, getting
Can I get
finals
2
good,
bottles
but
of
at what
water?
point do you just move on from the
I'm
guy?
not fast on that, whatever.
Getting swept 3 times? That's 3 times?
Oh, can I get a fork?
Pretty bad.
Thank you.
You can just eat it straight out of the, hold the handle and.
Yeah. Caveman style. Thank you.
Suited ace wheel. Early position for Mo. Comes in for 40. Chris is always going to be in there. He's always proud action player. Likes to VPip. Sixes are set moneying, but unsuccessful on the all Broadway flop. Wheel card peels off. Doesn't change much, except Chris now has a pair as well. Everybody with a pair. It's so painful for him to fold, you can see it. Mo takes it down. The delayed C-bet.
It's okay, Chris. It was a valiant attempt.
Look at these VPips. Small sample size so far for Chris, but he's definitely going to stay high in that department. As you've already seen, HV, DZ, no shock to see them leading the way there. And Tisch leading where it matters, up 2,500, over 1,000 for Mo, Kelly, and DZ. Mike also in the green, and HV stuck nearly 4,900 now.
That's crazy.
He always does find a way to play some of the biggest pots towards the end of the stream, though. So, with stacks as deep as they are, all it takes is
40.
It'll start picking up here.
finding a double.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get one of those big night savers. Always seems to find his way into those situations. Gets paid when it matters most. Really useful skill to have.
Yeah. That or just take it post stream. As you mentioned,
Button's good.
stepping out earlier, there's that Monday big game going on out on the floor.
I see.
Always can expect plenty of players to give you action through the night.
Make more money to give to you guys.
Probably, yeah.
What? I run a home inspection company. Yeah.
Did you
It's
just
real
go
estate-
buy that?
Real estate
You must
inspections,
have.
yeah. I wish I was a professional poker player, but I don't have the discipline for it. I don't get the. I've been slowly taking a new strategy recently, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
What kind of new strategy?
You already.
That's a bluff.
It's what would Tisch do?
Oh, that's right. I remember you told me.
You were telling us that
Yeah,
the
it's
other
like
night.
what will Tisch do? I mean,
What would Tisch
that's
do?
my new strategy. 99% of the time it's fold. You know, like. But I have to ask myself.
You clearly aren't you aren't learning well then. You either need to watch closer or get better discipline.
A few fun little needles back and forth
But I
between
Yeah.
those two.
I mean,
Suited ace wheel opens button, and straddle does defend. Those hearts are covered, but we only find one of those hearts on the flop.
it was a good fold.
I gave Kelly
Queen
a
high. Mandatory C bet for Mike and hand over.
Ace 5 is hot. Post break.
Yeah, but
Hit 8.
get 8.
This round of the net game going pretty quick so far, at least, but you've seen it before that sometimes it can get down to heads up in the net game, and then that's when it lasts for orbit after orbit.
Yeah, I called someone whole lot in the same situation, but it was like 5 times more, and I was wrong. You know, like, I'd say it's a good fold in the most
Sounds about right.
in the most time. Action was close to the same.
Thought it was funny that Rebel Poker asked in the chat if that's a action home inspection in the 9 seat. I feel like Rebel has a pretty firm understanding of
What are they saying?
our faces, our names, who we are, even though we've never met Rebel.
Hopefully we can change that.
Yeah.
You need to plan one of our streams, absolutely.
7 folds, 8 folds.
Yeah, always seem to have Chris in the chat and wanting to play if there's an open seat, and thankfully he's close enough that he can make a quick trip over to play or fill a seat or just go out on the floor game.
You'll occasionally see me in this game as well,
Yep.
the 136. So get to play with at least one of your commentators. I'm hoping one day that they'll put you and Dan in that game. But
Oh, I'm basically blocked now. I've tried so many times. Good turn for Noah here. Just top boat.
I mean, kind of an amazing turn for Noah as well, just because of the fact that, I mean, HV does obviously have a speculative hand, but Noah is so much less likely to have a king now, right?
Yeah.
His most likely holding is just ace high, given the line that he's taken, and he's played it exactly in that fashion. So I think if there's a time where HV's going to hero with a bad 2 pair, it's going to be both now because Noah's playing his hand like ace high, and also now because HV might be a bit tilted from the action earlier this evening.
Yeah, he's trying to win a pot. As we said, get some momentum going back, some chips going back his direction.
And obviously, just from a purely analytical perspective, I mean, it's a good fold. I wouldn't mind HV making the hero call there because it's not that bad against a player as capable as Noah. Bets on that river are either value or turning a hand like ace high or queen high into a bluff. So it's good, good time for that.
Yeah,
Noah,
I think either smaller sizing or more polar.
Yeah.
HV puts in the call.
Yeah, if Noah has checked from up front, then it's maybe a different situation, and HV just gives up on the hand because perhaps Noah just has some kind of showdown value, but given that Noah chose to fire a bet, most bets on that river should be at least a little polar. You either have it or you don't,
I
right?
feel like this one went fast.
It did.
Full house or ace or queen high.
And is it just me or are the lights brighter since the break?
It's okay, he's trying to make it easier on me. We discussed this before stream. That if I have a nip button, he's not going to straddle as well.
30 from 1.
Just kidding.
Yeah,
For legal reasons.
I've had double check to make sure it's 30.
What is that?
30.
30?
3, 4, and 5 fold.
I don't know if I'm happy that Noah's for 3 betting or not, but we'll see.
7 fold.
Oh my fucking god.
Thank you.
Crazy. That was close.
That's what I get for trying to steal a nose $100.
Yeah.
Just call me the sheriff.
Oh, they're making it easy on us even.
Just gonna do the 2 of us. Or no?
78, 50.
Well, son of a nuts. That was pretty good defense, though.
Can you rescan? Okay. Fan them up. That we're good.
40?
Yeah.
Hand just got more interesting here. Ethan turns the flush draw to go with his pair. Mo, flop, top, top.
And this is the kind of hand that can save Ethan's night, turn it around in a big sort of way. Backdoor hearts would be a very innocuous way to do it. Same thing with like a deuce or a 6 as well. Unfortunately, it does brick out, but lots of rivers where Ethan could have gotten much value from the top of Mo. I don't even know if this run out is one of them, though. Yeah, extremely connected board here. Mo recognizing that Ethan's heads up in the Nick game. Might be more likely to pay off with a speculative hand like an 8 or a 10. Which is absolutely what I would call thin value, very thin.
Yeah, this is a very interesting lead here.
Yeah, it's definitely a thin value bet, but it's a cool one, mostly because Ethan is holding that nip button in his hand. So if there's ever a time where Ethan's going to pay off on a board where normally he wouldn't, or normally Mo wouldn't bet, it'd be here.
Yeah, now Mo's facing a really weird situation where all of the 7Xs do belong to Ethan here.
Mm-hmm.
But again, so many bluffs are possible just because of the heads-up Nick game dynamic.
Yeah, and I mean, there's levels to this, right? Because did Mo bet in order to bet fold to kind of get a better understanding of Ethan's range? I don't think it was a bet to induce. The bet seemed a bit too large for that, so I think it's the former line. Bet fold is what Mo was thinking, and that's exactly what's going to happen. He's going to fold, and it's not going to be a good one. Unfortunate to see that. He's probably confused seeing the hand turn into a bluff, but I think Ethan also aware enough to know that anything Mo's betting on that river obviously has his 6 crushed.
And it was also just interesting to see that play out because I think Ethan honestly planned on firing once he saw the 9. But once Mo also let out, it's like, okay,
what could he have here? Like, does
can
Mo
I really get him to fold?
Does he have 2 pair?
Yeah.
But the answer should be no, given how Mo's been playing tonight. He hasn't been playing too out of line. He did open up from the cutoff, I believe.
Gotta work on that.
Or the small blind, actually. Definitely a fun one to go over post-stream.
Yeah.
I even told myself, I was like, I wonder what Mo would bet. And I would call that. I need to know if it would hit or not. And it came out, and I'm like, oh no.
Gotta get your money in.
Yeah, of course.
Congrats.
How the fuck?
Splash pot on, and it's just a raise and take. What the?
Let's get 2 nip buttons on for everybody this time.
Yeah. At least one going back out.
Should put over Chris.
I don't want one.
What?
Toss up.
Huh?
No, I don't want it.
2 what? I've done a good job at not losing them today. Except for that one.
No time like the present.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? If you're gonna lose the ones, you don't want them to be the last ones. Unfortunately, that's what's happening.
Is that the worst Nick game to lose? The most recent one?
Yeah.
Progressive, yeah.
that would be
Well, that's, I mean, that's what you said in not so many words. You know?
That would be correct.
7 raises to 40.
You only took 4 shots last game? Shay only took 4 shots the entire game?
He got banked in the 3rd.
No way.
Kings for Ethan in the big blind.
Or, oh, it was 4 free throws. Oh, right. 4 free throws, okay. He only had 4 times.
Goes 320.
Kings in as good of a spot as humanly possible. 3 aces are dead already. Only one of those left in the deck.
Yeah, nobody can give action here.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy here for Ethan.
Don't want to shift it over.
I've tried it before. It doesn't work. He's on top of it. You leave it on there and just hope they pass it to the next guy.
Yeah.
That's my trick.
Please don't give away
Easy game.
Please don't give away the boot camp secret. Wow.
Ethan not going to be heads up in the Nick game this time. As they're just talking about, because it's the progressive nit tax, if you're going to lose one of the rounds, might as well be the first one when it's cheap.
Absolutely.
But we've seen it plenty of times too where, sure, you might lose the Nick game, but it is splash pot format, so you might win your own money back plus some interest. Chris only playing his premiums. Opens to 35 from the steal position. The pretty clean dirty diaper. It's suited.
Thank you.
135.
135?
ATM calls these Pampers.
9.
Queen Jack with a 3-bet, and Chris gets in there. Flops a gut shot. Ace high rainbow, good for Mike to c-bet range.
Yeah, Chris clearly not happy with that one. Didn't want to have to fold this gutter ball, but Mike will take it down. Nice little semi-bluff.
That's my new favorite hand.
Gotta punish him.
Thank you.
Punish.
If I hit the board,
Punish.
anything on that board, I would.
Seen earlier, Chris was talking about his new strategy of what would Tisch do. Tisch would likely not do any of that.
That is true.
I learned from my brothers on my left.
Not just Tisch, but quite a few people, I would say.
Most of them, even.
Have one suit on that board. That was rough. Had a gutter.
So Queen High was good then.
This game, especially not this stream, not for the faint of heart.
You weren't bluffing.
He said he had a gutter and what was it, a ace?
Ace 8-4.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big self-report, gotta
Yeah.
say. It's about
That's what I
as
was
big a
like.
self-report as it gets. What do you mean you had a gutter?
3 fold and 4 raises to 65 fold.
Battle of the Tens. HV the best of it, but out of position. And they both connect with their kicker. HV just going to call this one down, more than likely. Okay, yeah. Ace is up on the river. Now he's going to lead out.
Leads out really big, too. Pots it for 325. It's sad. It's annoying. But if you're Chris, I think you just have no choice here. You have to fold. HV's not really leading anything. Well, he's not leading anything worse unless he turns like just a random single king into a bluff there. But again, not the most likely.
Gonna be ahead.
Maybe Miss Diamonds.
Today. It's just a start. I just got here.
Chris,
So it's all right.
we're gonna have to give you lessons on betting when you're not ahead.
I'll try. I thought I was ahead when I bet that time. Found out real fast I wasn't.
Yeah, the chat people always have good things to say about betting when you're not ahead. I'll listen to them.
Do you go back and read the chat from the stream while you're playing, or
That's
how
I
do
study.
you know that?
That's how I study.
Okay.
Yeah, you learn from the chat pros.
I do.
Chat pro. Yeah.
Tell me what I'm doing wrong, and I
And you
try to
adjust.
improve.
Make the
You just
necessary
adjust
adjustments.
accordingly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll take all the help I can get.
I love the relationship of Tisch and Chris. Constant needles back and forth.
Especially because I think Tisch knows that Chris
Yeah.
is constantly in the chat, so taking a stab at chat while also taking a stab at Chris at the same time. 2-for-1 action.
But Chris is good for it. He always backs it up too. You got to give some credit there.
Mm-hmm.
Anything he says in chat, he'll say on the table as well.
HV has not folded to a single barrel that DZ has fired tonight. Gotta say, I know DZ's been super aggressive. We've been talking about it here. I'm sure HV's well figured that out by now tonight. But every time DZ has fired the flop, we've seen the HV call. It's just funny to see, I guess. HV had a gutter, so it's worth calling. Again, no critique to HV's play. It's just an interesting pattern that we're seeing develop between these two. Always seems to be at least a second street involved when they're in the pot together. So,
and the rest of the table sees those hands too, so they know that DZ is perfectly capable of all the aggression shown and getting out of line. So
I mean,
he's gonna get some lighter calls for sure.
He hasn't had to show down that many of his big bluffs pre-flop, right? I mean, obviously he just had to show down a bluff here. He had to show down that he called with 9s earlier, but there are a lot of hands that he has just silently taken down pre, and eventually someone's going to catch on and hopefully try and put a stop to the madness, but not yet.
I did like that when he 4-bet with the 7-6 suited, he did table that one.
He did, okay.
And so that, but I do agree, he's gotten away with way more than what the rest of the table knows at this point, but that was a wise, opportune moment to table.
It's like a fun like reverse psychology bit, right? Because I mean, there's a bunch of levels to it. You show it, so they're thinking, oh, he's only showing it this one time because he's had it every other time, but he showed a bluff and he's had a bunch of those already. So it's definitely interesting to see how he's using his table image. HV did defend after the betting war pre-flop, and probably just going to pretty easily take this down post. Sees no interest on the flop and leads into the field to take down the pot. Obviously not a big pot, but good to at least build some momentum, get some chips added back into your stack if you're HV. Been a downward trend for the latter half of the night, hoping to see that recover in full towards the end of the stream. DZ with a very DZ-like hand, and he is going to get out of the way. DZ just knows that would have been prime time for him to put on the pressure and squeeze, but Noah waking up with kings in the big blind next to act. DZ manages to avoid the firestorm, as does everybody else.
Too strong.
snap fold. That's what 5-bet last time.
Pardon?
Oh, you did?
No.
That
That wasn't a bad plan on my part. I should.
No, I actually think it's fine.
Can't be that strong.
Don't let Tisch tell you otherwise.
Sorry, what?
Well, I'm just thinking about the hand
No,
I
no,
folded.
I'm not saying your bet's too
You're
strong.
talking about
It's
the
just a
18
strong
hand.
spot to
And
be
I'm like, don't let
raising.
Tisch get in your
You
head
know
about
that.
it.
I'm definitely gonna look at it later, but I like my fold. Hell, the other day I folded pocket kings pre-flop.
Well, what did he have? What did you have?
Chris, toss on the 12. Everyone's.
Was it in a tournament or a cash game?
No, it was a cash game.
Only 'cause you have-
Somebody who had been
everyone else
limp calling
did
to
it.
enter
It's like-
pots, 4-bet me.
I don't see that.
Huh?
And I don't know
I
what he
see
had.
that.
I never saw it, but my guess is
9 pulling,
20.
It's hard to fold kings.
20, raise 20 and 1.
call.
Table making a comment about how it's hard to fold kings. Ethan finds them himself and is going to squeeze it up, or raise it up
Aces
rather.
misplayed their hand, and they got pocket kings and queens.
And DZ squeeze incoming. Can't work every time. Wow. All right, this guy just knows. At every point, he's made the right move almost every time. Doesn't choose to squeeze the king-jack offsuit this time. And to be entirely fair to DZ, it's been very player-dependent. Hasn't really squeezed or gone too hard when it's been Ethan or Kelly who've opened it up. This is going to be a tough situation, though, for Ethan's kings. DZ has flopped top pair, and more importantly, Kelly has flopped top and bottom pair with Jack 3. We might very well see call and call from Ethan and DZ. Ethan did check over to Kelly, given how multi-way it was.
280.
280 and 1.
And Ethan gonna quickly bump this one up, and Kelly gotta be licking his chops. Top and bottom pair feels so good in this spot. Great fold there from DZ. Gets out of the way for the minimum once again. And the Cowboys have very little in the tank that can save them this hand. One king already dead, maybe another given the pre-flop action. Only a 7 or an 8 at this point. Likely outs here for Ethan.
350.
I love it. I love the sizing from Kelly. Don't go too big. Give Ethan the chance to continue calling with his worst pairs, like 10s, queens, aces, kings. Give him some rope. No need to overbet the pot or anything of that sort. Guarantee that you're going to get value from that really strong portion of Ethan's range, which he is. If you're going to size up any point, I'd say the river is the time. Good turn bet here. And another jack. Jack's full here for Kelly. Would have been a disastrous card for DZ, who does manage to get out of the way of the firestorm. For Ethan, it's now less likely that Kelly has a jack, but Jack is never folding.
Okay.
Bluff, that's pretty impressive.
Well, I am going to show. Wasn't much of a bluff, but I was hoping you had at least a jack.
What a very good count.
Kelly pots it, and it is going to be taken down. Ethan, unfortunately, ran into it there, but with the river bet, he knows that he did.
3.
I don't think he approves of that one either.
Sorry?
I don't think he approves of that one either.
I'm just always surprised, Kelly. I can't believe it. I'm always surprised.
It's what I'm after. It's one of my goals.
I think if we had Tisch and an outlaw on the same table, we wouldn't need a commentator.
I'm not commentating on anything. I'm just saying I'm always surprised. There's no...
Straight from the DVD special. That's like the good stuff on the commentary from the DVD special.
Noah, if you want to see my commentary, you haven't...
I'll have to wait for you to get in the booth.
Yeah, you haven't heard nothing yet. You thought that was commentary. That was just me being surprised.
Heads up.
Mike going to be lifting this one up with the ace-jack, defended by the 7s. Diamond in Noah's hand. We will just check it back really quickly, though. Went check, check about as fast as humanly possible. It's going to give the green light for Mike to bluff here, at least a little bit. Essentially a snap check from Noah and a snap fold from Noah, too. Interesting. Mike is going to be able to take this one down with timely aggression. Obviously, Noah not putting Mike on any bluffs in a spot like that.
You want your 6? Okay.
I was like, I don't need the hoodie. Oops.
Oh, thank you. I might have actually left that here, not seeing it.
I was hoping maybe I have 1,000 on there.
Yeah, I'm rich.
Oh my God.
$200.
Mo opens it up from the dealer button and is quickly punished by Kelly.
God, it's so sad. That would have been the cheapest avoidance of the net penalty today. That would have been so sick.
You would have been able just to jam. You could have. Like if you win, the button goes to him, he could just pretty much almost jam.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the strat.
I would call you just to fuck around.
Please
I would. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. If that was a strategy, I like it. I'll flip any day.
Just make sure it's amazing.
Oh, that's what you're hoping for, a flip?
That's what it would have been. For me, at least.
HV opening this one up with a real hand this time, ace-king. DZ choosing to aggressively attack HV's opens. HV's got it this time, though. Incoming 4-bet from HV should end this hand pretty fast.
And I'll just go home early.
Yeah.
Raise 450.
Is it 300 or 350?
DZ does get out of the way.
325? Jesus. Where do you start? Like 50? 100?
You start at 150. There's been a lot of nicknames.
Yeah, obviously. Y'all been playing pretty quick.
Raise 40 from 7, 8
175.
175.
Jack 3's so sneaky, like Jack A3. You know exactly what you have.
Chris choosing to get involved, trying to get rid of this knit button, and he is heads up with one of the last remaining knits in the game so far. Mo having a knit button as well.
Compliment.
Mo connects quite heavily with this board. Top pair, great kicker, of course. And this is going to be a good board for Chris to continue on with the range advantage, but Mo going to go nowhere with ace-10.
So what are you studying in college?
I'm going next year, but I'll be a finance major with a minor in either data science or probably data science, but there's a few others I'm looking at.
No change here on the turn.
So you
Mo still with the best of it, has had it the whole time.
I graduated last year, but I took a gap year in high school and college.
That's,
so I've been out for a year.
I can see the merit.
Same goes on the river as well. Board pairing Jack.
Data science is
Mo probably okay to check back here as well, or check to Chris again. Really not that much to worry about. Trying to get value from kind of a queen and only a queen with this bet. Not that many worse aces that Chris would play here that would also call.
Finance.
Another thin-ish value bet here from Mo.
Well, if you'd like an unsolicited opinion on data science, and I'm just basically going off those two words. When I was in corporate America, I was a data architect, which means I helped companies understand how to manage their data. And to me, it's incredibly vital, because if you can manage your data from beginning to end, that's essentially the blood flow of the company, right? So if you can do it well, even if your competitors are aware of it, they have a hard time replicating it.
It also seems like that's the direction the world's moving into. So
oh, your data is paramount. That's all the good news. You want to hear the bad news? CEOs don't care.
Okay.
They will not pay for it, at least in my experience. I finally got out.
So much
they
that beats
believe that data exists because humans and computers exist.
Like normal.
It's hard to come up with a business case that says, you know what, if we're better at data quality and understanding our data and using it more effectively, it gives us more money. It's really hard.
That seems pretty just logical to me. It doesn't seem like it needs too much explaining, but
The river bet's almost
well,
never a
someone
bluff.
who's been in the industry for
Yeah, I mean, it
or
just,
at least was.
I
guys.
tried for, and I loved doing it. It was fun, but they just wouldn't listen to me.
Chris
And I got
really in the
paid once,
blender
so
about this spot, trying to figure out why Mo would be leading on this
so-
river here.
Yeah, it seems like it's all just
Mo's bet looking a bit suspicious given how big it is, but Chris recognizing he just beats nothing and will have to fold. This is a good
Well, see,
fold.
the other way to look at it is AI. We're amazed by AI, but AI is only as good as the data it receives.
Of course.
So, but again, I'm telling you, it's hard to build that business case, and most of them don't care. But the ones that do, I happen to agree. But and maybe it was
ahead
just
one
me. I
time.
couldn't convince them. But it was more than just me trying to convince CEOs. It was.
I wouldn't be totally surprised.
What else is
kind of narrative
what else is
shifts
ahead?
over the next
Are you
10
three
or
betting
15
tens
years,
too?
Just with the direction the world's going, but it's definitely
It
good
might.
advice.
It might. Well, I hope it's useful to you, but it might.
It's kind of hard with the landscape changing so fast to predict exactly what's going to be the most
Yes, that's true.
useful skill set over the next 10 or 20 years.
Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
I hope you do really well.
Thank you. Still trying to just carve out a path. You know, at 19 years old, you don't have to have your entire life
Well,
plan, so.
the other thing, I think the average American changes their career 4 times. It's at least 3, if not 4. And I mean, I did 3. And that's before I found, or that's after I found my first little niche, which had a whole lot to do with data. We were building RDBMSs. So, relational database systems.
3 players to the
Basically, we're
Queen
using
High
large
Rainbow.
volumes of data. But back then, a gigabyte.
Top
for Chris, finally.
Finally free from this Nick game too, I'll betcha. Some backdoor action possible for everybody, but no one really going to be able to pry Chris's hands off of top. Really don't think you could if you tried. Tisch could put it all in right now, and he would smile and put it in immediately, which is exactly what happens. I love that I kind of alluded to that. Tisch kind of just getting antsy, wanted to get rid of his nip button. There's 0 chance ever that Chris would fold top in this spot. Tisch is signaling for the one time.
Oh yeah. There's no
You're
telling.
gonna need a lot of help on the turn to even make this one time a reality.
I was actually surprised to
And
when I
that
rolled.
is not it. Chris,
It's
scooping up,
we're
locking down this pot is safe in the Nick game,
more
and
and
Tisch
better.
Money will have to pay out the net
use,
tax.
standard computers to the point where we're solving problems that we thought we were going to need a.
Oh, you're stabbing really wide.
I
But,
was.
you know, humans are.
After that one, Tisch antes up. The tax and Chris back in the green now. They're about even there, right around 800 in the green. Over 1,500 for DZ and Kelly. Not too far away from 2,000 there. Ethan stuck 1,600. HV stuck the most. 4,700 is the party he's throwing for everybody else at the table. Noah contributing 500 to that.
I took lessons. I literally said the entire hand, what would Tisch do? And then he was like, and then in reverse psychology, he did what I would have done.
You would not have done what I did with that hand. That I know for a fact.
You took lessons from Ethan then.
Whoa, what are you trying to say? I don't know, it's just fun. Come on. Sometimes.
Oh my god, what a fucking gift.
It wasn't a true gift. You could have been trapping me.
What a fucking gift that was. Well, guys, the home inspection prices are going to be reduced now.
Get them while they're hot.
Get them while they're fucking hot.
Yeah, next week, 5 customers get $100 off.
Tisch gets in there with 8-4, trying to just limp in to chase his splash money.
If you watch the stream and you
HV though, good squeeze spot.
Go Tisch Money.
Suited ace in the big blind.
That'd be funny. If they did call in the office, I would give it to them too.
Just gonna take it down.
He looked at me like you missed that ace too. Fucking unbelievable.
Or does Mike want to play? He does.
I was saying, no, your ace is no good.
There's enough dead money in there.
Unbelievable.
Closing the action. Why not peel to the flop?
Ace no good.
Uh,
He thought his ace was good. No, to look like the ace hit, I would have been like this. God damn it.
Yeah, that larger continuation, pretty strong on a flop like that where it was just passive action. Plenty of 5s and 3s still exist within range of those limp calls. If you're more a fan of tournament poker, we have amazing tournaments here at Champions Club in Houston all the time, including the Monster Stack at the end of this month. Coming right up. And do these larger guarantees at least once a month here at Champions. So check Poker Atlas for all details and info on all of our tournaments upcoming.
350 now?
Yeah. 350.
At the end of the World Series of Poker, a little bit after that, we'll be doing the Summer Poker Open. So a nice chance to get unstuck from the summer or just continue to win money if you do have a good summer in Vegas.
Oh, shoot. I was really hoping you had a jack there, but yeah.
Turns not great for rivers, though.
Yes. I thought about re-raising you, but thought, no, let's give him lots and lots of rope. Yeah, then that river was a bad card for me. Hey, but it happens.
Not particular instance, I don't know. I'd never say that hitting a boat can be too bad.
That's true. 40.
Sorry, Tisch.
It's all good.
Kelly going to be picking up a serious amount of firepower here with the ace and the queen but it's DZ finding the 3-bet with the 8s.
I call.
DZ's hot spin up has notably cooled off just a little bit. His last aggressive attempt not getting through. King 5 suited versus Ace King, not surprising. Gonna be heads up though, in position, 8s with a slight lead until that flop comes down, and it all comes crashing down for the 8s here. All clubs on the board, ace high, no club left for DZ. Gonna take a work of masterful creativity for DZ to find his way out of this spot with it in his hands. DZ knows he has a black 8. I don't know if he's looked back to do a club check yet, so it could be possible that he's checking with the intention to
100.
just check fold. Probably gonna look at his hand now. Really small bet here from Kelly, interesting.
Yeah, and it goes against how he's been playing the rest of the stream. Usually he's been picking larger sizings throughout the night.
And the check is going to lead to a snap check back from Kelly. Easy pickup here for him.
You show first, right?
DZ is certainly adapting his playstyle to whomever he's playing against.
I'm sorry.
He knows that Kelly has, at least historically, been maybe a bit tighter than some of the other players he's been 3-betting. Not really a fan of the all-club flop. Had a rare opportunity to turn his underpair into a bluff, but that's maybe the least fun bluff you can possibly run in No Limit Hold'em, is trying to pretend you have a flush when there's 4 to it on the board. Extremely hard to do that, extremely hard to get it through. Some people will even pay you off with just a strange middling flush sometimes, so almost not worth it, and I think that's the right decision in this instance from DZ. Unlikely to get that move through super often.
I have seen you play poker like really drunk once. That night, it was I stopped one game at TCH.
He's like all red.
What?
He's like all red.
Well, dude, it was, everyone at the table was just completely hammering, except I couldn't spit.
Graphics a bit behind here, but we'll catch up shortly.
We may not even have to catch up, given the board. Ace, King 8, 3 spades. Great board for Noah's range. Tisch will make the call, so he's got to have some part of that board. Or at least I would have assumed he needed to have some part of that board. Oh, he does have an 8. Okay, I misread the board. He has Jack 8, which is a fair call, given that we are blind versus blind.
He loves Noah's check on the turn. He's going to just try to get this one to showdown.
Yeah, Noah choosing to take his showdown value, but doesn't really have any, and is going to lose the pot in the Nick game. Obviously with the nut high card there, with the queen high, but not going to be enough to take it down from Tisch. Noah hoping to beat some random single spade holdings at showdown.
Come on, man.
It's not cool.
I just donated $1,000 to you.
For what?
What?
You didn't. It wasn't a full $1,000.
It
was more than $1,000. What?
It was like 1,200.
It was a gift.
One fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 raise to 25. 5 raise to 75. And 8 fold.
We're going to see some more action between our two heroes of the eve. It's HV and DZ. Went raise, 3-bet call. And queen on the board gives the lead to DZ. HV with the 10 of spades. And if you've seen how these two play, the first bet must be called on the flop. It's an unspoken rule, and so it was. Deuce of diamonds on the turn, not changing much. HV drawing to one of the last 2 10s in the deck. DZ choosing to check it back now, get his showdown value, but it's going to be an easy win here again for DZ. Does have the pair of queens. Another look of frustration on HV's face. It's been one of those nights. DZ's just had his number for most of the hands they've been in together, except for maybe one of those clashes.
Forgot the Michelob.
40.
Well, actually, I have a tab back there.
No, it's okay.
That's fine.
I don't need it.
Oh, she did? Okay, that's fine.
7-fold. 8-fold. 9-fold. 1 calls 40.
Safe run out here for the aces.
50.
Actually, as safe as it gets. There's basically nothing Ethan can do. So easy peasy lemon squeezy here.
Yeah, I felt like Ethan wanted Kelly to bet so he could fold.
And notably had that hand earlier where Ethan had pocket kings, Kelly had jacks full of threes earlier. Ethan did not pay off the river bet there as well, recognizing that
it's random. I'm
Kelly is
I don't normally do it that way, but
betting quite heavily for
day.
value in some of these spots. Thankfully, Ethan is not in a situation where he has to pay off multiple streets this time, can just get out of there before the pot gets too large. Obviously, Kelly, more action than combining Kelly and action there. Kelly is obviously more action than a lot of people who we've had on our stream before, but seeing anybody fire a river barrel for 1500 is scary, so not surprised that Ethan is trying to avoid spots like that. And Houston, we have a problem. Tisch Money taking one of those ace wheels and turning it into a bluff here. Unfortunately for him, Noah at the top of his range with jacks. Minimum continuation of a call.
Yeah, gets to go to the flop in position here. And just one over to the jacks.
Does connect with bottom pair. Backdoor flush draw available for Tisch as well. Playing this hand out of position, he can check, he can bet. Either line is probably similar in how good I would say it is. Most likely going to be a one street bet sort of game for Tisch. Bet flop now, see if he gets called. If those backdoor draws show up or the board gets more connected in any significant sort of way, you just fold to any major aggression. But
wow.
Tisch Money smashes the absolute miracle of a turn card. 5 of diamonds comes in, and he is going to find the check. At this point, Tisch is taking this line to get paid by a queen, but Noah doesn't have a queen, unfortunately. I don't know how much Tisch is going to get paid here. I think he's going to get paid if he chooses the right sizing. He does not have to go polar. In fact, I would strongly advise against it, given that Noah checked back turn. If Noah had bet turn, river polarity might be better, but Noah's not really saying he has a queen if he's checking back the turn. More like an 8, more like some other pair, like 9s or 10s or something like that. He does have a very disguised trip, so I understand if Tisch goes huge, but I think a medium size accomplishes a lot here as far as just getting paid goes. Really hard to put Noah on a top of range hand that he's going to call with, like a queen.
1250.
But Tisch is very consistent with his strategy. Got to give it to him. He's always polar in these big spots, and it makes it really tough to play against because he'll do this with bluffs, he'll do this with value. Very balanced in that sort of way. So rough spot for Noah here now with the jacks. Gonna have to make a hero call. Not the best hand for him to have here. Obviously he'd love just to have some kind of queen for showdown value.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Tisch is pretty consistent in going polar, going big. I think also factoring in the presence of the missed flush draw from the flop introduces more bluffs to Tisch's range, and I think it's just also that Tisch wanted to get paid exactly like this after paying off Chris, doubling Chris up. Gets the call in the end.
Yeah.
Drags a big one.
Huge one for Tisch Money. He was already up even after losing that big pot to Tisch. Now he's going to be up piles. Great work from him.
Yeah, and I can't really fault Noah for looking him up either. It's fishy and like smells fishy, and
exactly, yeah.
Tisch is completely capable of finding bluffs there.
And lots of different schools of thought, right? The medium bet essentially guarantees you get value on the river, but Tisch setting it up that he is not looking for medium value, he's looking for max value. And Noah correctly identifying that Tisch is plenty capable of being polar in that spot. Makes the call, but Tisch unfortunately got it this time.
7 raises to 200. 8 and 9 fold. 1 fold. 2 fold.
Maybe some trouble on the horizon for our table captain here. Ace Queen versus Ace King. Pre-flop so far.
DZ probably recognizing that Mo hasn't really been getting out of line, so while some others have been kind of clicking it back light against him, Mo's likely to have something here. And he does really. Not just Ace King, but nut flush draw to go with it.
DZ with those 2 overs himself, but does not decide to peel, just gets out of the way. And a good fold at that.
Pretty good flop. Yeah. Not the best, but not the worst.
Well, we just had some big pots, so look at the numbers. HV and DZ, no change there. The most aggressive pre-flop, but plenty of other players as well, making it expensive to see the flop and turn. Kelly still on top, 22.72 for him, nearly 2,200 for Tisch Money as well, 1,200 for DZ. Mo and Chris both up over 800. Mike in the green. Everybody else looking to turn things around here towards the end of the night. About to get into our, sorry, we actually are a little bit into our last hour already here. Yeah, they've really gotten through quite a lot of hands. I'd say on average we get through maybe 115 hands in these Hold'em streams.
I started with like 17.
Tomorrow night, our regular Tuesday programming. PLO with the Poker Stallions. Will Leffing-Will and friends.
Can you name your card?
Heads up here, 3-bet pot. Ace 10 smashing it. Top 2 with the backdoor club draw. And not a lot of hand for Chris to continue with here.
155.
One bet's 155.
You win.
Oh, nice.
Still a couple of players with their nip buttons left. Half the table remaining with them. Noah, Chris, Mike, and HV. Mike also having been very quiet recently.
Chance at least. You know, like.
Yeah. Not a terrible lot to work with.
Yeah, just like give me a reason to call.
Jay Nelson in chat saying Kelly is solid. I do agree. Not only can he hang with this lineup, he's having fun doing it.
Call.
Making some money.
9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold. 3 raise 55, 60.
Yeah, this is by no means a easy 1-3 game. A lot of these players play much higher than a 1-3-6. No connection here for anybody.
80. Oh, 80.
We're heads up between two of the remaining nits. Mike with nothing whatsoever. More backdoor hopes and dreams, which does improve quite a bit on the turn. 8 or a 3 now. Gonna be good, so he's got the right card to double barrel off on. Chris just with a measly 5th pair. Really sucks when you have to say that about someone's hand, but it's true. 3's the best of it right now, but gonna be really hard to continue with. Unless he is able to turn them into a bluff of some kind.
You win again.
I was getting down there.
No doubt.
No doubt. 100%.
Unfortunate to see that twice removed for his getting there, but
yeah. I like Chris's reaction. The whole table realizing Chris was good there.
Mm-hmm.
But only he knows the strength and weakness of his hand he folded. 12 straddle on. Noah with the net button. Gonna have his option as it comes around.
Ideal banana ripeness.
Does get into the blinds and straddles now.
That?
Why? I mean, just right.
A little bit of brown.
I did not know he had a banana.
Not
That
much.
came out of nowhere.
I was trying not to laugh a second ago because I saw him whip out the banana, take a bite, and then put it back under the table, and then Tish must have saw it too and said, so
Yeah.
what's your ideal banana ripeness? And he resummons the banana. He's showing it off.
It's just got a pocket banana.
What's worse, pocket banana or pocket corn dog?
Yeah, pocket dog all the way. In a good way.
Yeah,
I think,
of course.
Yeah.
Something to think about.
Some more HVV Noah action here. Pot brewing between the two with both of them having squarely nothing.
Do you have a favorite apple?
HV with the 7 of clubs now has turned a lot of equity, but Noah has an open-ended straight draw at this point too. HV is going to have to be firing at this one as a pure bluff, but
I feel like
Noah, with the open-ender, he's definitely got some potential here and maybe the ability to turn his hand into a semi-bluff of some kind later.
Yeah, well, you pretty much have to. Well, Granny Smith is the best pie apple.
Yeah, Noah betting, or not Noah, HV betting continued to get called.
Granny Smith is your favorite
And on the river, Noah binks his straight here with the queen. HV with removal to that same straight may think about continuing to turn his hand into a bluff. Perfect candidate to do it, to be honest. He's got removal for all the relevant straights. Got the 7 of clubs in his hand. Great card to have. But if he turns his hand into a bluff, Noah can't fold at this point, and he's not going to.
Like, yeah, you can eat it with like caramel, like a caramel apple with Granny Smith. Yeah, it slaps because the sweetness of the caramel balances out the tartness. But if you're just eating a tart Granny Smith apple,
Should be just a bet and a call incoming, I think.
that is for sure. I don't know what it is, but.
Would you have an apple preference?
Honeycrisp, yeah, by far.
It's just universally good apple.
Yeah. They're from Minnesota, you know that?
Are they?
Genetically modified in University of Minnesota.
Huh, no, I could not have told you that.
Noah mulling over his options, seeing he has about 1,300 left in his stack.
You're right. You're completely right on that.
What worse hands does HV call with if Noah jams?
So
Obviously a 10,
The
maybe an
net
overpair
game
of
is
some
still
sort.
one when the stream ends,
You
do we
just
just keep
split it
playing?
up. Did
Chop.
you,
Getting snapped off by a
that
boat or a
makes
flush,
sense.
of course.
All in?
Noah going all in though and not getting the thin value. HV ran right into it there, representing exactly what Noah had. Noah taking it down. That's going to feel good after the tough situation he found himself in earlier.
He's not going
Against
to tell
Tisch
you
Money.
now. He doesn't want to be publicly labeled a psycho.
What's your favorite position at the table?
You need to add some context there.
Slow
James.
down.
Actually, really misinterpreted.
Chris,
Or not. This see how creative Chris
let me
is.
finish my damn sentence before you give me that look again.
I mean, there was a serious hesitation after the word position.
I'm just saying.
Really had to
give me
clarify
some time
yourself.
to finish my sentence, please.
8 raises to 40. They're gonna
Call.
flip that one, buddy. Your face is as pink as your shirt. One
like
fold, 2
dumbfounded.
fold, 3 fold, 4
Saying your
5
favorite position is the
fold,
button, like saying your favorite hand is aces. Is that
No,
like
mine is under the gun.
No, I'm just saying, like,
7 fold.
probably the same
You weren't
time people
happier
say that.
earlier today when we kept treating you as though you were on the button while you were under the gun.
I think people have learned to respect my under the gun raise.
Big check, 9 check. 2 check.
Nick game probably about to be over here.
8 check.
Chris, the only player who's really connected with this board other than Kelly's queen high flush draw.
6 5.
Kelly will probably make at least the call once, Tisch Money to fold. And assuming we don't see a diamond on the river, Chris is going to take down this pot, and with it, HV will have to pay out the nit tax. Extremely rare sight to see.
9 check.
And he will most likely have to. Is Kelly willing to turn his pair of 8s into a bluff?
125.
She got 125.
Oh,
Half
okay.
pot. Wow, Chris doesn't even think about it. Just snap folds.
Thank you.
That one gonna be especially painful on the post-session VOD review. Had the chance to end the Nick game right there, but instead just lets it go and gets out of the way.
I wish he was in chat to critique himself right there.
Wow, unbelievable fold.
Yeah.
From A Action Man.
He'll listen back. Hello, Chris of the future.
We love you, Chris of the future. I'm sorry about your fold.
1 raises to 50. 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 call, 5 fold.
Kings for Noah, red variety.
7 fold, 8 fold.
Makes it 350 to go.
1 fold and 4 calls. And a diamond, king of club, 2 6 12. 6 bets, 225.
Well, no sweat for Noah here. Flopping top set of kings. He's going to get some value from HV 8s, at least on one street. Really nasty card could have fallen on the turn, but that wasn't the one.
6 check.
Great check here from Noah. Give HV a chance to catch up, but he does not get there this time.
Check, check.
Noah trying to let HV blast some funds into the pot on his behalf, but HV wiser this time will not do it.
Nice hand, Noah.
Thanks.
Starting to get ridiculous. All right, there we go.
There's
Just doing it to torment you, that's all.
Huh?
I just do it to torment you. You know I don't care.
If I didn't say anything, it would have been out a long time ago.
Yeah.
40.
1 fold, 2 raises to 40.
It's not really a strategic thing, I promise. I promise.
Yep.
Trapping me here.
Am I supposed to tell you that? Oh,
HV does not want to lose this Nick game. Kelly, though, opens to 40 with the 12 straddle on. HV making it 120.
It's Jack, what's that?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
400.
Yeah. It was just a fear-based thing.
Yeah.
And that will be that.
Pretty standard.
Yeah, HV could blast that river from time to time for sure.
Yeah, I'll blast 100% of the time.
Huh?
They did blast 100% of the time. 100% of the time,
80%
except
of
for
the
that
time,
actually.
he's gonna blast 100% of the time.
There you go.
Hasn't folded yet.
Fold.
Fold?
Yeah. I think a different player, different situation. He may continue to try to blast, as they may say. But
his blast
thinks better of it.
His blast would have run into a solid brick wall that time, I think. So
I thought I did.
Good on him not to do it.
That may be a flaw in your game if you believe a poker player. Maybe. Ooh, yuck.
We've got a little bit of a anti-sweat in the chat coming from Hector. Glad that HV is losing a bit. Go DZ. Some love also being shown to Tisch Money. Kings now for Chris. A real shot at ending the net game now. Small sizing, definitely going to get action.
All right, HV, now's your chance. 5 high, hopes and a dream. Nick game in the balance.
Oh, flops open-ended.
Nasty business potentially to follow.
See you at the river.
Any 6, any ace gonna be good for Chris. Or good for rather HV, sorry. Not what I meant, but you get the idea. There are some action cards that can come out here. Mike definitely wanted to continue on that board, but Chris not going to make it cheap. HV knows he's about to lose this Nick game. He can either call 400 with hope to hit his draw, which he's about to, given that he's making change. Or he can just fold and pay out the net tax, but given the odds he's getting, any ace, any 6, going to be making the call here. Knows he's live against every hand in the deck. Not the best turn for him. He's sometimes drawing dead, not that often. If Chris wants to end the Nick game now, the only move he's got in the arsenal is that one, to give HV the worst possible price to chase the draw. Best hand takes it down, and HV not only losing that pot, but once in a blue moon, HV will lose a Nick game, and this is one of those times.
Yes, sir.
You pay up to 400.
Last spot, boys.
830? 830. Probably. I don't feel the need. Let's do it. I mean, there's no.
I'm adding.
Let's do it. We have to. All right.
Worst case, we could always chop it up.
I'm adding 2, Eric. I'm adding 2.
This hand?
So I wasn't really, we just decided to do another Nick game?
Right after this, yeah. We have 30 minutes left. If we don't finish in time,
So one last net game coming up.
You got a problem.
And then what happens at the end, if there's multiple players with one hand to go, they just chop up the net tax. Current Nick tax, the splash pot that we're playing right now, dead 350 in the middle, courtesy of HV.
And it's a sad day for Rain for HV. Has to pay the net tax. Is being 3-bet by his best friend, DZ, who's been 3-betting him relentlessly all night. Just one of those evenings. He's got one of the worst aces in the deck as well. 1 pip higher than your least favorite ace, Kyle. HV completely dominated in this situation. We'll make the call for 500 more, so we've got a massive pot brewing, more in the middle than you'd already think. We've already got a dead 350 in the middle, I believe.
Good flop for DZ.
Yeah, big flop for the ace-queen. No need to guess if he has the best hand. He's almost certainly good unless HV somehow has a 10. certainly are some 10s in his range, so can't fully rest easy, but certainly a good start for him.
400.
Continues for 400 here, making it an affordable price. We've seen HV call almost every time. I don't know if he's going to change that trend. He's going to call again. Opportunities available for both players. There is a chance for a chop now. They see a king on the river. That's all that's left in the tank here for HV. Can't win on an ace. Can't win with any other card in the deck except for a chop. Not a fun situation to be in.
5 bets, 800. And 4 folds. Yep.
And the good night for DZ continues here. Shipping another big pot. We have about a little more than 25 minutes left in our stream. Last knit button being passed around.
And an interesting dynamic that I caught off screen. We do have some overhead monitors back here in the commentary booth. And
Mo,
HV and DZ have been battling it out all night, as we've seen, as we've talked about. They've also let each other, kind of out of respect, like sweat some hands on folds, right? So DZ actually did pass HV his cards, allowing him to look at them after the fold, obviously. But HV just snapped, mucked him, never looked at him.
Wow, interesting.
Interesting. But again, not a disrespectful thing at all. Really classy, frankly, by DZ there. And
so much going on that I personally
think HV just not interested.
HV not interested.
Probably knowing there's no reason for him to look.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest,
It's
HV obviously knew he was no good, and DZ probably pretty strong with the double barrel on a scary-ish board. HV knows it's not a bluff, so why look and potentially tilt yourself?
But I do agree, and that's typically how I'm going to play it as HV as well. I'd just rather not look. If I'm really interested later on, I'd go back and look at the whole cards and kind of see, all right, where could I have changed my play or talk through hand history with friends, that sort of thing. But in the moment, I'm just focused on the next hand.
And we haven't seen that many clashes between Ethan and Tisch Money tonight. Wow.
Fold. And seat 1 fold.
Tisch, not a fucking day.
Not a day.
Ooh. Not playing around.
I didn't come here to play, man. I came here to play. Know what I mean?
Yeah, you could definitely sell a lot of that on a t-shirt.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds.
Folds around Chris's button.
9 raised to 50, 1 fold.
Open to 50. King 9 off.
2 folds. 3 folds.
Kelly was giving it some thought there with the offsuit connector, but raise and take. Easy game for Chris.
Ever.
Nope. No, he's 24.
Got the 24.
Yeah, I'm 24.
Me too. Me too.
Straw's loud now, right?
Yep.
I
mean, if you want to take it. I got other
Or
quarters.
no, you're 25
You
now.
can sneak it
It's
over
your
in
birthday
time.
this turn.
I am.
Never mind.
Definitely crossed my mind.
Chris with 6s. Second straddle on, so that's just a call.
I literally thought I was 24.
You thought you were 24?
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
I got out of the Marine Corps.
I believe everybody.
24, 23,
24 folds.
Ethan, you don't have to 24.
Yeah.
Suited King 8 in the first straddle.
Ethan, you have to put
It's
in the
DZ, so this is just a mandatory squeeze.
If they'll let me, I'll do it.
When Ethan turns 20.
225.
You have to straddle to whatever your age is.
Oh,
That's the
sorry.
rule.
No, thank you. It's not funny.
Kelly's like, fuck this.
Did you have 5 red?
Put 4 out. I put 4 whites in there.
He got it.
Chris not set mining for this price. And hand over.
I was. I wonder if I was ahead.
What's the progressive now?
But that's not worth it.
I think it's 375.
It was-
Okay.
it was
For all
Tish
those
just-
divvied up between a couple people with that. Maybe.
I don't have that. I don't have Tish's balls.
I was gonna.
What?
I mean,
Don't have
games
your
been going pretty
balls,
fast
man.
today. 30
I wouldn't
minutes.
have-
One of them went
Sixes,
really
this is a
fast.
250
We're down to
raise.
heads up quickly, I thought.
150.
I'll teach you how to. Never mind.
If you get
I
called, just run it
I was
once.
about to
This is the
say.
10th
I was
one.
gonna say. I mean, I'll show you, but I didn't want to make you.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we got 30
That's 2
minutes.
per hour, so
Yeah,
30
on
minutes,
average.
30 minutes, so this is about the right amount of time. Is 10's not a record, is it?
Huh?
This 10th Nick game.
I think the record's 11.
Record's 11?
Come on, guys, we can do it.
This is
We can at least tie.
This is 10.
This is 10, yeah.
Jesus.
If I did my math right, I just counted up from
This is
150.
the record.
There hasn't been very many tank hands even when I was here. When I was watching, I'll play for a
Yeah,
little
we've been
bit.
playing
Y'all were
relatively fast today.
pretty quick.
Yeah.
Even bluffing or not, or playing your cards or not, it's hard to read anybody.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Save it for next year.
Mo forgot the second straddle, but a good time to forget with the Jack 3 up front.
Anything over 5 is in a good sport.
Suited King 8, first in,
5 makes it hard.
30.
3 fold, 4 fold.
The offsuit King 9 gonna give action, and No defends the straddle.
Can you,
6 high connector.
I don't think it's central because they're sitting in the middle of the.
And the 6 high connector gets there twice on the flop. Nice hand, Noah.
one check.
No, obviously, he calls.
It's gonna be hard to get value from everybody else.
Starting to straighten out as well, but Spade's starting to come in for Ethan, so maybe we can get a pot after all.
Yeah, board more connected now. Spades available. DZ, of course, getting out of the way. And board does straighten out completely. 8-9 does get there, which Ethan has removal for.
6 and 150.
Ooh. Carolina scored, so maybe they finally win one.
I wonder why Ethan winced there, because he definitely doesn't have a decision to call.
Yeah, and his body language is not giving the raise
Not really, no.
option to himself.
I think what that was a, damn, I wish I could have raised, but
Yeah.
he just potted it, so I don't think I can.
Incredibly speculative.
If Ethan's going to want to fire a spectacular move, probably would have needed to
No, on the river.
stay a bit more neutral there before potentially firing out that last bullet or tease the idea of it, but I think once Noah potted the river, Ethan had essentially already made up his mind. No chance to bluff at
It's
that
not for
point.
me.
Are you gonna 50?
Yeah. It's too late now. You got your cards.
He'll let me.
What are you? I mean, dude. Oh, too late now. Now you regret it. Look at that.
Yeah.
Now you regret it.
I have no regrets.
Regrets.
120.
1 raises 120. 2 fold, 3 fold.
Tisch now has some regrets.
King Queen building the pot, 3-bet to 120.
With what HV is about to do, definitely has some regrets.
Cool. Now you don't regret it.
Everybody told.
HV takes one down with the suited ace wheel. Removes the nip button.
3? Actually, 2 of those.
Were you formatting me if HV didn't?
Would have depended on the look in your eye.
Gotta really cover up now.
Oh,
He
God.
lost his other hoodie.
Yeah, the other one would have been better for now.
Alright, Emperor Palpatine.
Ethan going full Euro reg mode.
I know there's a little apex that 5 back too, so 123 bit. That probably makes
24
too late.
straddle.
That's true.
One fold,
125.
2 raises to 125.
Kelly
3 fold.
getting in there. Bigger raise. 24 straddle is on. Ace wheel off.
HV going to be making the call as well with the 6-3 suited. It's that time of the night. HV needs a big pot. That is a sad flop if you're 6-3 of clubs. Also a sad flop for every player involved as well, albeit not anymore for one of them. Chris at least having some showdown value now.
Yeah, see if anybody wants to try to stab. More than likely not. Oh, wow.
I was going to say a queen for a really excellent, fun time.
Yeah, all in, all in, all in. Okay, 100. Somebody may click it, please.
3 calls.
I'll almost call you the clock.
Yeah, going through the motions here.
Ridiculous. Of course, it's the queen.
So I didn't lose. I gave up my knit button, right? Oh, you guys aren't any fun at all. I didn't lose.
Didn't win
I didn't
either.
win some money. Somebody,
If
there's
you're
some dead
able
money in
to
there.
break that knit button in exactly 1/3,
Then okay.
then you can do it.
I let them see the queen. Oh, man.
Actually, production would kill me if you did
Thank
that.
you.
So.
Yeah, they would not be happy. Although I'm pretty certain they'd blame me, not you.
No, I instigated.
If you instigate lots, you
I
probably
think
don't get blamed
production
for
can
much.
afford 1/3 of a knit button, but we'll just say better safe than sorry this time, Tish.
I mean, we have had a literal small monkey eat a microphone before, so it wouldn't be the weirdest thing to happen.
Shout out, Monkey Man.
Yeah.
40.
We're not making that up either, I promise. We've literally had a real monkey eat one of our microphones. Fun fact. Only stream in America where that's happened.
Yeah. Hopefully.
You have the 12, right? No, you did.
Raise and take for Mike's sixes there. Removes the knit button.
Yeah, I had 12 out.
3-bet getting it done. Yeah, they definitely got through this knit game pretty quick so far.
Disappoints you, Tish?
Just 3 players left.
You've done nothing but disappoint.
And plenty of hands left.
In the most beautiful ways.
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay.
This game's hard.
All right, 40.
It is a hard
We've
game.
got about 10 hands left of the night. And
There's
Kelly with a real shot of removing his knit button here. Black jacks to start. Comes in for 40. Suited ace wheel for Mike behind just calls. DZ in there as well. Gets around to the second straddle. Ethan, king, queen. Just calls.
The squeeze is coming for sure.
DZ's hand not looking so good anymore. Dominated very thoroughly.
DZ does flop open-ended.
Ethan flopping top pair. Decent kicker as well. Backdoor spades, backdoor wheel for Mike. Everybody with at least a little piece of this board.
And an in-position bet here from the open-ender. Jack's not feeling so good about the king-high flop multi-way like this, and given the action. But we'll see. do like to see him continue here. I just reevaluate things on the turn. That gets about as bricky as it can be.
I think now is definitely the time for DZ to take his showdown equity that he has available to him in this pot. Don't want to get blown off this pot or overinflated against a better hand, and he smashes his open-ender on the river. And if anyone's going to pay him, it's likely to be a Kelly lead on this river. Yeah.
Yeah, he recognizes that this does favor his pre-flop range.
And even so, DZ sitting with the stone cold nuts is going to raise, and that'll be it.
Yeah, DZ just thinking about sizing, thinking about what hands he's potentially targeting here. Is it just single pair? Could Kelly have some sort of two pair that he can target?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly's range is, at this point, uncapped. Kelly can have all the best hands on this board. Maybe the only hand you can rule out of Kelly's range would be something like maybe a set of 10s. You'd think he would have raised that already. But everything else is totally within reason. Something like ace-king, king-queen, ace-5 suited, all that good stuff. That's definitely possible. So, love the big size. You want to swing for the fences in this spot and hope that your opponent actually has something big. But obviously, just a measly pair of jacks this time.
We're playing 5-5-10 tomorrow, or 5-10 tomorrow, maybe. Here. Maybe.
How rich do you have to be to play that game?
You have to have enough money to buy one.
Oh, okay.
Do you have $1,000?
That's enough.
For now he does.
Yeah.
For about another 20 minutes.
Someone gave it to me.
Ouch! That's gonna leave a mark.
Chris, do you have any job openings for the house inspection company?
I do. I'll trade you.
This poker thing might not work out.
Suited ace king for DZ.
Stereotypical, like,
He's
contractor vibe.
been arguably the most active and most aggressive player tonight.
Home contractor vibes to you.
I don't know. I couldn't put my finger on what it is, but
honestly,
And classic matchup, HV and DZ.
Classic matchup as well. Ace king versus 3 deuce.
Yeah. Texas hand.
Oh, wow.
3 deuce gets there.
Oh man, what a sick little flop for HV. He's essentially flopped the whole universe here.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh, it's about as fun as it can get. HV's still in the lead. Don't get me wrong. 3 deuce of diamonds. He's got the flush draw, bought a pair. Somehow he's just gonna win the minimum from ace king that doesn't decide to barrel on the turn. DZ just checking down his showdown value here is mad impressive to me. He just turned the nut flush draw, Broadway draw, still has his 2 overs, still found a way to check, and lost the minimum to HV. Given the history these two have had tonight, that actually shocks me. I really thought there would have been at least something that happened that pot, and it didn't. Gotta give props to DZ.
Yeah.
He's essentially had HV downloaded all night. I hate to say that, but that's just, I'm shocked he didn't lose any more money there. I don't know
Yeah,
about you, Kyle, but
especially on the turn.
yeah, exactly.
Those are even harder.
I'm just good at memorizing.
River, after not betting on the turn, I completely get the check back river. But yeah, turn, I feel like
It's something.
so many of us are betting there.
Something's gotta give, right?
Gotta be able to interpret.
But he just knows.
I think we've got less than 10 minutes, but
yeah,
I'm
they'll
not
give us
certain.
a heads up.
Yeah, like sort of history and stuff like
that.
Yeah, and we are right there on the 5-hand warning. So 3 players left with 5 hands to go. That means they have 4 hands to remove the nit button. If they don't, then whoever is left in the nit game will just chop up the splash pot so that they can end the night with the splash pot.
The struggle is real.
This is where it gets into a different dynamic because
So it's 40?
Anybody want to play after?
right now it costs less potentially
You what?
if you can chop with
225.
the other players, the nit tax.
Fair.
Kelly not looking to pay anything on the net tax and looking to win the pot here.
Will they let you in again?
Suited ace 5, 225 to go from the big blind.
HV making the cold call from the straddle with the 4s. Just going set mining in full. One of those 4s is unfortunately not coming. So unlikely operation for HV. Mo also getting a great price with a good hand to peel with. Gets about as good of a flop as you can hope for if you miss clubs entirely, which is the open-ended straight draw with the 8-9. Actually has the equity lead here, and interestingly enough, it looks like HV is just going to lead out on this board. Interested to see the thought behind that.
Make the right decisions.
Trying to deny equity from other draws, also knowing that this board is just better for his range in general. Definitely not good for Kelly. Probably also ruling over pairs out of Kelly's range. Doesn't think Kelly is capable of having over pairs there, and there was 1-4 left in the deck, and HV found it. He's gonna check. Oh wow, this is I gotta hand it to him. This is a good check, really good check. Gives Mo the opportunity to blast at it. It's not gonna work out for him here. Oh my god, what a sick run out. I feel so bad for HV because that was a monster check on the turn. Give Mo some rope to maybe bluff.
Oh shit.
And he's going to get punished so hard for this river too. All the money is going to be going into the middle, and it's going to be the felt for HV with 5 hands left in the stream. I see no other outcome.
This straight is going to be relatively well disguised, even though it's open-ended on the flop.
Extremely.
You're just thinking, cool, I got their turn, and this is still relatively safe.
You know, crazy is all kind of relative, though, to be fair.
You know it's bad when you walk in.
I mean, HV can't really show up with better than this.
How much is that?
He can't believe it either.
Yeah.
I mean, neither could I. That's about as sick of a run out as you can possibly script for the hand. I loved HV's check on the turn just to maybe let Mo turn his hand into a semi-bluff on the turn. Bet his equity. HV could pile it in while he still had bottom set. Maybe get Mo to fold, or maybe get Mo to hang himself on a bad river, but this is just gnarly situation he's found himself in.
26.
Mo still having a nip button too. Just
Game 27.
It's escalated quickly.
No, it's over 32.
No, more than that.
It's over 32.
5.
really sick spot for HV. Got a feel for him. Not been going his way tonight at all, and this is gonna be the capstone to what's been a frustrating night.
I honestly I don't see him making this fold.
And he raised.
If HV makes this fold, it's gonna be one of the best folds I've seen on this stream, honestly. And I know people have folded stronger hands than 4th set, sure, I'll give you that, but just given the situation, given how the night has gone, given just how unlikely it is that this would have been drawn up this way.
Yeah. Given the pre-flop action, you can remove set of 10s or really any set for that matter from Mo.
HV knows Mo's not bluffing too. I mean, he hasn't called for a reason. He knows that Mo is doing this for value. He's asking himself, how is it possible that he's found himself in this situation? Does Mo just have the nuts? Does he somehow have like a set of 7s or a set of 6s on the river? Probably the most likely holdings he's thinking about. If you go back to the action pre-flop, it went open from Mo, 3-bet from Kelly, cold call from HV. Mo also calling as well. So HV would have to assign Mo basically exactly 10s, exactly 7s, maybe 6s for a higher set, and 8-9 suited, which clearly Mo's capable of having, but
Too much. You know, too much. Like, they just kept feeding. They were buying.
he's asking if you jam 7-6, maybe not, right? It's a pretty safe run out for the 4s other than the open-ender getting there. Not a bunch of overcards out there which would meet the criteria for some of his overpair range. Only the 10 really the big concern as far as made sets, I would think, or the 7.
I still think both of those are betting turn though.
Yeah, I do too. Went check too, right? But he's got to ask himself what Mo's checking that he's then jamming river with. Is Mo trapping with sets of 10s and 7s? I actually think that might be possible. Maybe Mo's trying to deny equity from hearts with 10s or 7s. Maybe he feels like HV doesn't have those hands very often. HV isn't really cold calling with suited combos that often. he's really cold calling with pocket pairs if you think about it, right? So
the body language on Mo now is so interesting to me. It's like, obviously he wants the call, but he is close friends with HV. He knows the spot that HV's in now.
Yeah,
he knows that HV has a monster and like has just been running into it. Like, that's not a happy look from Mo in any way. And he knows that he's supposed to be paid here now.
Fold.
Oh wow, what a fantastic fold.
Gets to see it immediately, has to see it immediately because of the net game.
What a good fold. It's been such a tough night for HV. Huge props to him for making that fold. So frustrating, so annoying to have to run into it that many times in a row, but Mo winning a huge pot, but not getting paid in full just shows the caliber of player that HV has become since he started
800, 750.
becoming a true full-time regular on this stream. His game is leveled up in a huge way. 99% of players never make that fold there. They just sigh and complain to their friends about how they ran bad that day, but HV managed to find the hero fold on the river and was correct. So props to him for it.
All those ones. And then, if it comes to it for the late game, you're probably gonna end up in it. It's okay.
Oh, so we got 4 more hands to finish the knit game, and on the
on the
fifth
fifth
hand,
hand, we'll just
okay,
pay out.
that makes sense.
Split up 375, however you can divide 375 by 2.
2 of y'all left.
Yep.
Yeah.
Chris getting in there with the stream hand, 7-4 suited.
165.
All right, get him, Ethan.
Ethan looking to get rid of the net button and end the net game. Kelly folds, so he's got a shot at it, or at least he thinks he does. 9s though in the big blind. Playing defense for Kelly.
That escalated quickly. There's a chip.
I wasn't counting on the Michael factor.
Yeah. Looks like a brick wall.
You did?
You're saying there's a chip.
Where's the best player?
Stop raising me. Why are you raising me every time? You're getting yourself in trouble every single time.
What other time besides that one?
Like the other 3 times.
Oh, yeah, the other 3 times that you cannot remember.
I remember them. You want me to give you the exact time?
I don't remember, so I
Stamp
don't
and
know.
the cards I had? You haven't learned your lesson yet?
I guess apparently not.
I don't know. Some poker players are very slow learners, and I'm at the top of that list, as near as I can tell.
I know you are, because I'm right behind you.
Oh, God.
I guess I'm up there too, given I was the spark of this conversation.
No pressure.
All right.
Button's good.
All right. 2 hands for one of us to go ahead.
I always
Just a couple hands left here. Appreciate everyone tuning in, supporting. If you haven't already done so, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We're back at it tomorrow night as well. 4-card poker tomorrow. It's PLO with the Poker Stallions. And then Wednesday and Thursday as well. We're back to our mid stakes.
Sure looks that way. We got one more than chalk.
Higher limit. No limit hold'em.
We can rock, paper, scissors to decide who pays 200 and who pays 175.
Sure.
10s now for HV. Folds around to him.
Putting out 178 and 170.
Comes in for 50.
88 out there.
Noah. Raise it up. 200 to go now. Ace queen off. Heads up now. 10's out of position. And top. Ace of hearts to go with it for Noah.
Yeah, both of us.
Call that backdoor hearts.
Intense here, rock, paper, scissors next.
Backdoor straight draw.
Very intense.
But an overcard. Unfortunately, an overcard that Noah does have. Standard bet, standard call incoming.
That's a serious competition.
Even
Just
worse.
top two.
Yeah, even worse for HV now, losing to semi-bluffs, ace king, ace queen, ace 10, ace jack, not ace queen, but the others. Multiple draws available, so Noah likely not to slow down here.
Fold.
Yeah, HV can't really continue at all at that point.
Same to you, sir. This will be fine.
Good luck to both of us. However, I kind of do want to play the game rock, paper, scissors. So if neither of us win, I won't be too disappointed.
Me neither.
Trying to settle the Nick game the old-fashioned way. Rock, paper, scissors. That is commendable. Gotta say it.
Gentleman's duel.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I just saw his bottom card.
I think that I know what suit it is.
It's 4 spades.
You lifted up.
You lifted it up.
Dead now. Good luck to you.
Prevents the open from the 6-4 of spades.
Mm-hmm.
How much did you lift it?
All right, you want to go? That's 2 out of 3.
Oh, I didn't know we were going to do that.
Okay, so because
the
cameras are going to track the action, I'm going to go to the overhead monitor.
Yeah, we're watching this.
Keep you updated.
We're going to do a rock, paper, scissors play-by-play. It's the most important moment of our career, Kyle. Lock in.
Boom.
Okay,
So that's win for Ethan.
chose rock. Kelly chose scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
And they just did the reverse.
1-1.
Rock from Kelly, scissors from Ethan.
And this is to determine who pays 200, who pays 175 in the splash pot. And it's 1-1, best 2 out of 3.
They're all voting. We just pay 200 each.
Yeah,
all right,
that's
so
They're still splitting, but it's a $25 sweat.
It's a $25 Rochambeau right now.
I respect it so much.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, darn it. Okay, so I'm going to owe 200.
GG's.
Congratulations.
Ethan, plus
It
25.
almost looked like you were hanging on to rock and you changed the paper at the last.
No, I just went slowly.
On the side, we've got HV and DZ battling it out yet again. King high, gonna be good here.
I'm
Oh,
not
we're at the
smart
river
enough
now.
to read
I stared him in the eyes and just
I'm
got.
sorry, the action was more juicy on the rock, paper, scissors than it was on that hand. I hate to say it. Thank you everyone so much for joining us. This is going to be our last hand after this.
And
Had a great time
boom.
in the booth with you as always, Kyle. Some
Yep.
fun hands to sweat tonight. Fun action, fun newcomers to our stream as well.
Now's when we want to win a hand.
Very glad to have DZ and Kelly joining us today.
Yeah, great additions to the stream. Hopefully get more and more visits from
That's the
both
only
of
time I
them.
saw him. But yeah, you
Will say that I definitely had more fun than HV did tonight.
Yeah, that's not a high bar to pass though, unfortunately. Got a feel for him, obviously running into it all night, but mad respect for that fold,
Oh,
especially
man.
with only 5 hands
two
left in the
different
stream. That's a sick fold, and it takes a great player to make it, and that's exactly what HV did.
I was gonna wink, and I just thought the needles would be too good.
If I hit that board at all,
Okay.
Queen just makes
3,000.
raises to 400.
4,000.
Folds around to DZ. Comes in heavy for 400. Again, got to factor in that dead money in the middle. That's not reflected in the graphics, so this isn't a crazy opening size, but much closer to
I
pot.
don't come to Houston often, but I'm probably going to try to get on the stream whenever I do.
Yeah, for sure.
It's fun.
Ethan saved the 25 from chopping the knit tax and
So I can't complain when I got stuck 1,000.
then straddled essentially with it. Now is gonna raise it on up.
And
I think he ripped it all in.
Oh,
yeah.
he did more than raise. Yeah, he raised all of his stack.
Wish I could see his whole cards, but it doesn't really matter what they are because I think Ethan just won $800 at the end of the stream.
They're just correcting the action there, and yeah.
He's not. I mean, he's not best here, but it doesn't really matter. Able to apply maximum pressure just from the button open and the flat from Mo. Only player who's really supposed to have anything that good here is going to be DZ, and he doesn't in this exact instance.
Yeah,
Mo.
he knows that DZ can still be light though, and has just been super active all night. Oh wow!
Action from DZ. He's going to make the call for an extra 400.
All right, good luck, Ethan.
Thank you.
I liked DZ's play today. I love that he's giving action at the end of the stream because this is just pure action give.
I will say that I did think that Ethan was deeper, so that was quickly lost on me. But Yeah. There's gonna be a dry side.
All right.
We watch it.
All right, listen, this is a great last pot. Ethan was not very deep, so I get why they're both calling, both getting the right price. Let's see this fun sweat of a flop, and a 9 falls down, which is kind of connected to DZ's hand, sort of, but he's the only one who has anything close to this board. It is going to quickly go check, check, and DZ's play is rewarded.
Ethan does have the only spade involved on the 3-spade board.
Yeah, I don't know if DZ's going to want to bluff into a dry side pot here. Makes sense that he doesn't, and it will be DZ, the newcomer to the stream who gave big action to close it off, is going to win with just a pair of 8s, last hand of the night.
Yeah, welcome to Houston.
Are you not entertained?
It was fun.
Yeah, that will do it for us. And yeah, as Hector mentioned in chat, we've been talking about the bad run of things for HV, but HV is such a solid and winning player that, again, a lot of us would lose way more than he did tonight, given how things ran out. But we're going to take a last look at all the numbers here as some of the players are going to be going through some sweats. And then I'm sure once we're completely out of here that we're going to see some of these players out on the floor still. So numbers to end the night: HV leading the VPIP, DZ not too far behind that, more than half the table at 40% or higher, and PFR, HV, and DZ obviously leading the way. Kelly, Mike, and Mo also being super active pre-flop. No shortage of 3 bets, 4 bets, 5 bets. 3 losing players tonight. Noah essentially break even. Ethan down 3,300. HV down 9,800. DZ books a massive win, his first time into Champions Stream. Nearly 5,100 for him. Tisch Money and Mo and Kelly also all above 1,700. Tisch nearly 2.5 for him. Nearly 2,000 for Mo. Chris coming in about midstream, makes nearly 1,000. And Mike, 610 for him. Monday Madness living up to the name. Appreciate you as always in booth here, Chris. For Champions Club and the whole production team, this is Kyle Miller saying see ya.
Have a good night.
Play your hand, play your hand. No buck, counting the stacks, stacking the